Going live. Hey, I think we're live. I think that works.
Oh, who's that handsome bastard?
Oh, he's just there. It's Patrick. Perfect. Would you check that it's live there?
Yes.
Let's see if this checks. Oh dear. Oh dear. Okay. Lovely. Right. So,
All right.
okay. We'll just Petter, would you mind like putting in your earphones and just listening to the sound, because then we can test where the sound is.
If I stand up like where I think I'll be
Yes.
presenting and just like, there is a.
I mean, that's probably going to be too far, so I'd probably do like here, because the mic is here.
1984.
Wow. Some people. Okay.
All right, so you have to stand over it. Tell me I can't walk back and forth with the proper like presenter back.
Yeah.
Exactly. I can feel like
Yes.
put it like here, because I think you'll be there, so it should come like this.
Definitely gonna pick up this for my presentation and I'll be walk all the way over.
No, wait, live chat. You can hear it. Tom, would you like stand there and do your presentation voice?
So, towards Pagan Ontology. Pre-Christian Germanic religions of the past. I'm going to be talking like this. I'm going to bore everyone to death with a bit of theory, because that's what I like to do.
Something Derrida.
Something, postmodernist theory, something.
Neil Price.
Yeah.
Pardon?
You do
Don't just speak, please, Neil Price.
small
Mike, yeah.
it's like Neil Price fangirl moments. Like,
Yeah. This is trouble. Is it let's see. I'll put it all the way up. Picking up nicely. It's just you have all the background noise. Do you hear a lot of background noise? Oh, everyone's talking. I get it. Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point. Okay. Okay. Hey. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. People in the chat. Hello, chat. Welcome. Thanks for all tuning in. We are. Yes, I got the sweater in Telemark. It's Norwegian. We're just setting up, so we're going to be officially kicking things off in about 5 minutes, but we're just making sure everyone can hear us. Hey, Nico, welcome to the chat. Nice to see you. Awesome. Hey, Alan, nice to see you as well. Moniki, welcome. So yeah, okay, it all sounds good. Excellent. I thought the live stream would work. Not gonna lie, I set it up, but I thought, it's not gonna work. But managed to get it up and running. So glad you guys can join us from around the world. Where is everyone watching from, by the way? Wisconsin. Oh, nice. Not Friesland, Wisconsin. Minnesota, Indonesia, Italy, York, nice. Eastbourne. Oh, nice. Oh, you got a lot of people. How? Marek Investigators. Oh, Samoy. Darwin College, Cambridge. Oh, wow, this is great. It's really nice that so many people could join us. There again, be a little bit closer to home. That's, you know, cool. You're Frisian. I thought so. Kaye, Dios maar. I thought dat maakt een vlees bij. Mooi zo. Yorkshire, top for lunch. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're going to be running from well, very soon, and we're going to be going until about 6:30 Norwegian time. So it's 7:30 for the English. Yeah, plenty of talks happening. We'll have a pizza break halfway through, so we may disappear for a bit, but we'll be back. Awesome. No, looks good. I'm going to drop the link in the Facebook event, and we will get started in a few moments. Okay, are you? Yeah, I think. Sound just went off. Yes, that's right. We turned the microphone off, so we're just testing that. But you can hear us again, chat. Yes, you can hear us again. Excellent, right? I'm going to kick this off. I'm going to have a drink of water. And I think we're going to start. So we can get you picked up on time, Tom. You don't. I'll just be sat here so I can keep an eye on this. I'll angle this towards you so they can see your lovely, luscious locks while you are talking. Wouldn't want to miss that. And grab me water and then we can start.
Yes.
Yeah, we'll fill that up and then we'll get started.
My friends have Old English classes going, and apparently the teacher was like, if you want to know more about Old English sound changes, just look it up on Wikipedia in the class dedicated to Old English sound changes.
That's so cute.
Like, what a beautiful.
It just like walks in, look at Wikipedia, refuses to elaborate further.
The page is quite good, to be fair.
This is
It's not that bad.
It's
Yeah.
actually really helpful, but also I want to explain it.
Nice. Back again. Okay, cool. We're just getting some water for the speaker, and then we're going to begin very shortly. So don't go anywhere.
No, I hate it.
It just like kind of people say shrimp on the barbie at me.
Yeah.
Which is so incorrect if you don't say the word shrimp. They're called prawns. So it's just so incorrect on so many levels.
It's the yeah now.
Yeah, that's you know. I see how no, yeah, no.
Like a water.
Yeah, no.
I just put it for mine. It's fine.
Yeah, no is like. Acknowledge you said something, but you were incorrect. Nah, yeah, it's like nah, yeah, nah, yeah, like it's like yes.
Yeah,
like,
all right. Because my entire knowledge of this just comes from like Big Les and Mike Nolan.
Yeah. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
All right, Tom, some water. I'll put it there. So I would have it during the chat rather than now.
So yeah, fuck you.
This is live, Tom. There could be children watching. None of that.
All right.
None of that. Okay, chat. I'm going to try and angle this as nicely as I can so that you can see Tom, whilst also being able to keep an eye on the chat. So the angle may not be phenomenal, but we're doing our best.
We're trying.
We are trying. I'll try and not be in the corner just lurking. I feel like that may put people off. Okay. All right. Okay. Right, I'm going to kick off. I'm going to do a very quick introduction, and then we are going to begin.
Can I get everyone's attention, please? We're gonna kick it off. We've been messing around with the technology in the corner, but just about sorted that out. So I'd like to bid everyone welcome to the second installment, let's call it that, of the University of Oslo Student Conference on Pre-Christian Beliefs of the North. Great, so many people could come. Really nice to see some familiar and some unfamiliar faces here. Great to introduce many of the speakers we're going to have today. Now, the plan of action for today runs as follows. The doors have indeed been opened. I am indeed doing the welcoming words. And in 1.5 minutes, this gentleman beside me will be kicking us off with his talk on pagan ontology. We will run through 2 more talks. They will each be around 20 minutes. There'll be also about 5 minutes time for questions, if there are questions, and then we will go on. We'll have 3 talks, and then the pizzas arrive, what you've all been waiting for. We'll have about 45 minutes to absorb as much pizza and pop as we can manage, and then we'll get started again. We'll go through 2 more talks. We'll have another quick break. I know the Norwegians, they need to get as much coffee in themselves, so coffee break, toilet break, what have you. And then we'll go on and we'll have 3 more talks that, if everything runs smoothly, which I'm sure that it won't, we will end up at 6:15. And at that point, we will all head over to Uglebo. Sorry, chat, if you're not actually here, it might be difficult to do that. But we will head over to Uglebo, which is in the basement, the student bar, where we can have more discussions, more questions, more conversations there. So once again, thank you all very much for coming. I will now introduce our first speaker, who is Tom Kaye. Now, Tom is from the hallowed Isles of England, of Britain, and he is doing a master's right here in Oslo at the university in Viking and medieval studies. And today he's going to be presenting towards a pagan ontology. So Tom, please take it away.
Hello, everyone.
Oh, but please do stand here so that the
Yes,
chat
yeah,
can hear.
yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
perfect. Thank you.
So I've come to boy rule with a bit of a theory in regards to our subject, but we'll get this started. So I've got the rather, highfalutin title here towards a pagan ontology, but moving away from that, I'd like to start this all with a simple question. How can we possibly understand the pre-Christian past as moderns? Well, the past that we're looking at here is extremely different from our modern life worlds and concepts, theories, and ideas. It is so drastically different. And as such, how can we even begin to understand and perceive a lot of the sources that are available to us? And how can we even begin to go about constructing ideas such as religions or concepts or beliefs and the like? Indeed, this is especially the case with pre-Christian religion, because to the modern mind, it deals exclusively with things like morals, ideologies, and the like, and also appears often at times quite nonsensical, illogical, cryptic, or even horrific. And I'd like to, in essence, question how we can go about dealing with this. So in order to do this, I'm going to have a brief discussion of the terminology surrounding the subject as a point of entry to try and get you guys thinking about what influences the way we understand things and how we go about understanding things. Following this, I'm going to go over a typical solution proffered by historians of religion to this problem of understanding and the issue of terminology. And then I'm going to address why this is unsatisfactory and why new approaches are needed. And from this, I'm going to have a brief overview of the ontological term as the solution with a couple of examples just to give you guys an idea of what I'm talking about. So we turn towards the issue at hand and something that allows us to explore how we go about understanding the past, and that is terminology. And yet the difficulty in understanding this past is apparent even in our most basic terminology in reference to it, whereby the beliefs and practices of the Iron and Germanic Age peoples are just so, our understanding of it is defined by our categorizations of it. And the terms pre-Christian and religion, which are typically used within the scholarship to define this historical phenomena, come with considerable baggage and preconceptions that may affect our understanding of these past peoples. So we turn towards the first term that we use to refer to this past and understand it, and that is pre-Christian. This is used extensively in the academic field as a means of avoiding the pejorative associations of pagan or heathen, because these were often words used by Christians in reference to the beliefs that came beforehand, and as such often have some connotations of immorality and the like, though this is starting to change in the modern field. The problem with the concept of pre-Christian is it creates a teleological understanding of history. And for those in the room who don't know what teleological means, it in essence refers to an idea of history whereby everything logically kind of comes up to a single point in the now. So this, in the case of this, it implies that the pagans are always going to convert, they were always going to become Christian, and they were just waiting the transition to Christianity, which is not a very good way at looking at history. And also, this definition is necessarily negative. It is defined in opposition to Christianity, and as such will always be understood in relation to Christianity rather than as a valid and complicated system of beliefs and ideas in its own right. And it's also not that precise. When you say pre-Christian, that can be anything from the Viking Age right into the Bronze Age. That's nearly 1,000 years worth of history. That, you know, that's an extended amount of time that we can refer to. So we need to, in essence, start to change up our ideas and terminology for this. So I think it's even the simple basic concept of how we go about labeling it makes things pretty complicated and affects the way we understand it. And now I'm going to be turning towards the second key point that allows us to kind of get to grips more with the question of how about we go about understanding this pre-Christian past, and that is religion. And this is where we get a significantly more baggage associated with it, because the idea that we have today of religions, with its associated moralities, holy books, dogma, churches, and all of this as a kind of discrete structure, would have been wholly alien to the average person living in the Iron Age and Viking Age Scandinavia. In the fact that you could even separate beliefs or concepts as something that can be labeled, even to them, would have been completely and wholly strange and bizarre. To them, it would have been simple everyday habits or practices. And a good example of this concept existing similarly is when, for instance, the English colonized India. That's when the concept of Hinduism as a discrete entity that can be labeled appeared for the first time. Whereas beforehand, it had simply just been practices which had existed for thousands of years and didn't need labeling into this discrete entity. It's only with the arrival of Judeo-Christian concepts in relevance to dogma that they felt the need to label it. And we are seeing a similar situation with the beliefs of the Iron and Viking Age, whereby this is not a discrete entity and it is one where with considerable variation, and it would have been conceived of as not being a separate, discrete thing. And as such, I want to kind of ask the question, can we even describe this collection of ideas and concepts as being religion? It's something to question. And academics have recognized that our modern understanding of religion doesn't really map onto the past too well, and as such have gone about readdressing it or redefining it in order to address this problem. And the typical solution, as is presented here, is one that I'm taking from the Pre-Christian Religions of the North book, which is this gargantuan volume and about the most up-to-date scholarship on the concept surrounding it, and it's one of the key reasons why we use a lot of the terminology of pre-Christian today, at least within the field. And I'm going off Jens Petterschott, who's a titan in the field, going off his definition, and he presents that religion is a worldview, very kind of similar to culture, and he separates this concept of the worldview by connecting it to the idea that it specifically has an other world, which is defined in opposition to our world, this world. And this, and in essence, this is what separates the religious kind of ideology and worldviews from the typical profane worldviews. And this is a concept which is used commonly in the scholarship. You see, for instance, John Lindo use it and Simon Negod. So it's one with a lot of currency. And if you remember my prior discussion about the concept of how we can separate religion, we see potentially an ability to separate religion founded off its otherworldliness. However, while they seem to address the problems that we have in approaching the phenomena surrounding what we would describe as religion within the pre-Christian past, this is not enough. When we test this model against the source base, it presents issues, namely on the fact that this very concept of an otherworld creates this idea of there being a supernatural versus natural, where you have a realm which is in opposition to our world, this world, the human world, whereby all these spirits and figures lie, which is indelibly separated and is simply the product of human imagination and human ideation and has no bearing in this world, whereas this world is the real, measurable, objectively observable world, which, while being very useful for modern perspective and our typical modern way of looking at the world, is wholly in opposition to the way that they would have, or that's the way that the people of the Iron and Viking Age would have viewed the world. And as such, this creates misunderstandings and issues. And I'd like to present this as being ontological in nature, this misunderstanding created by such definitions. That is, our basest assumptions about the world in which we live and the way we categorize things. And I'd like to present that this categorization of religion that's quite common in the scholarship goes against the way they would have categorized the world around them. And as such, we have to overcome these dualistic ontologies in order to understand this distant past. So, why is this against the source space? Why am I saying that these dualistic ontologies do not work? Well, firstly, we have many examples within the source space of otherworldly beings existing in this world, being from it or simply traveling across it. Well, beings that we would describe as otherworldly. Obviously, from the perspective of the Viking Age, it may not have been so. So, for instance, we have Alpha, for instance, being described as residing within this world and potentially taking on the role of ancestors, so a bit of blurring the lines between human and spirit, and they are, in essence, they are what we describe as supernatural beings, and the world is replete with the Alpha. So what is the evidence for this? Well, I'd like to turn to Cormac's saga, where we have a short piece referring to a lone hill whereby the Alpha dwell within it. And this refers to the titular character having to go there to sacrifice to it in order to heal himself. And as we can see in this case, we have a being that we would describe as being otherworldly in spirit and, in essence, separated from the human world, dwelling in the very world in which we as humans dwell. And as such, you have to question the purely otherworldly nature if someone is able to go to the landscape and interact with these beings. Furthermore, it's not just the fact that they dwell within this landscape in terms of questioning their otherworldliness, but also the fact that humans often are presented as being related to Alfar, either in the process of becoming them, as we have in Floteyabok, where King Olaf Guðröðrsson is interned in a mound, and following his death is sacrificed to by the people. And we have a clear example of a human being able to become an Alpha and creating this kind of enmeshed, blurred lines concept of beings that we would consider to be otherworldly with the human this world as is defined by people like Shut. It was also a common practice within the Skaldic corpus to refer to warriors as either murder elves or council elves, Morth elves or Roth elves. So we see this great blurring of the lines within the extant corpus that is available to us. Also, while it must be noted that a couple of my examples here have come from sagas, and that this is very debated within the scholarship in terms of sources, and I'm sure one of my colleagues will address this very debate about the relevance of sources and how one can go about drawing conclusions from them. But I'd like to put some points towards certain elements within this following a lot of the poetic corpus. So, for instance, the process described of the sacrifice to the Alpha is very similar to the sacrificial rites we see described in certain poems, potentially as within Haustlång, which my colleague Petter will let you guys know about. So and finally, before moving on from this concept of humans being fundamentally interwoven with what we would consider to be supernatural, we have a reference in Ynglingatal to humans being described as being Natter, which are another creature that we would consider to be supernatural. Again, Natter is used as a means to describe both creatures which are, what we would label as being otherworldly and humans. So we have to really question whether you can separate these creatures from this world in which we dwell that would be not understood from a typical modern ontological understanding. And to further support this questioning this separation, I'd like to point towards the blurring of the lines between humans and gods, which appears within the source space. So, for instance, we have Bragi the Old, who is commonly quoted as the first skald, and is where one of the first, or the earliest attestation of skaldic poetry that we have. In Grimnismal, he is described as being a god, and this kind of blurring the lines between historical figures and gods are notable. Furthermore, it's a common practice within the skaldic corpus to point towards the rulers being the descendants of gods, and this idea of rulers being linked with the divine and the holy, which again questions this very nature of, can we split this world and the other world from one another when we have people who are literally descended from what we otherworldly beings, if we can even say that they are otherworldly. For instance, in Velapla, stanza 19, which is a poem written by one of the court poets of Håkon Jarl, stringently pagan ruler who very much had an active court producing pieces surrounding this, where he is described as the war-seasoned generous descendant of Igor, which is one of the many Orthentiti. And this is a clear example of people being descended, being the physical manifestations of beings that we would typically consider to be otherworldly, and as such, can we even separate them in the case that has been done with a Schutz definition? And note that this is a practice common across the Germanic cultural sphere, whereby in Lejre saga, we have Snorri Sturluson describing various kings as being descended from Yngvi Freyr, as well as within Bede, who describes the Mercian line of kings as being descended from Woden. And these are typically rejected as being euhemerizations, but I feel if we start to question the fundamental assumptions that we have caused by our own modern ontologies, we could potentially get closer to the source base and what's presented there. So to conclude on the religion as an otherworld ideology, we can see that this dualist understanding of religion, in which religion is characterized by this world otherworld split, we can see that it's wholly inadequate to capture a complex historical reality as is presented to us within the sources. And from this, can we even ask, from this, I'd like to question what's taken. We even point towards the creatures that have come up in this so far as being even otherworldly. They are so present in this world and interact with it so much, and even potentially come from it in some of the cases that we have the blurring of the lines between humans and gods. Also, we can question, can we even separate a religion from the world if it's also so interlinked? So I'd like to present the solution to this problem, and that is what is variously termed the ontological term, as is presented by anthropologists who encountered similar issues when encountering their ethnographies, whereby the fundamental assumptions of them and their field, often done according to the dualistic lines that I've brought up, gets in the way of their understanding of the source bases and stops them from seeing key elements. And what this purports to do is take seriously the worldviews and ideologies of their ethnographies. And in our case, I'd like to present that we take seriously our source base, i.e. we give it logical primacy. We give it, in essence, the idea that it becomes the ground to which we test our assumptions and our ontologies against. And this brings me to my first turning, which is reflexivity is a concept which is common already within archaeology. We, for instance, have scholars like Neil Price who continuously test their assumptions and concepts against the ground of the source base in order to refigure them. And the ontological turn calls for the same thing to be done. And in essence, what we are doing is we are taking our assumptions about things like the existence of a thing that is religion and testing it against our source base and seeing whether this works or not. And what we have seen so far is in our taking our academic understanding of religion as it exists, I've taken it, tested it against the source base, and we've seen that it is not, it doesn't accord with it. And as such, we'll have to do something about this because the testing has shown it doesn't work. And this is where we come to the second key part of the ontological term, which is conceptualization or reconceptualization, whereby we take our ground, our source base, upon seeing that our assumptions that exist either on the personal level or within the field do not work, and we refigure them in light of this source base and come up with new concepts to explain and describe this complex historical reality. And in the process, be able to see things which we may not have been able to see beforehand. So I'd like to conclude on this and give some examples of a reconceptualization that may be possible. So for instance, we have been talking about religion at this entire time, and we've shown that the concept of religion does not fit. So what if we completely ditch the concept of religion because we can't separate it from the society in which we see the sacral and the divine constantly kind of permeate the entire the entirety of society, in which there's things that we consider to be supernatural part of the everyday, and they would not have understood this understanding of separating religion as something from it. Or another example would be refiguring what we consider to be supernatural, questioning what the supernatural is, and even if there was a supernatural according to the those living in the Iron and Viking Age, and potentially refer to a paranormal understanding whereby things are considered to be part of this world and part of the world in which we dwell, but break conventions and ideas and norms in such a way that they become significant. And in essence, from this, I want to leave you with the idea of what are our basis assumptions and how can we reconfigure them? How can we rethink about things and our most fundamental assumptions when they fly in the face of our source space, and the realities presented to us within it? And thank you. And any questions?
Yeah, if there are any questions, then I guess it's probably easiest to raise our hands like we did in school. So don't all rush at once. Same goes for the chat. If you just post the question in the chat, I'll read it as and when they come. Tom, if there's no questions yet, can I?
I think we have one at the back.
Oh, we do. Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. Yes, Alexander, take it away.
That's what I want to get at, because in some way, like, yes, the past is situated in its situation, right, with its ontology, where we are. Okay, but how do we? I mean, we're bound according to our concepts anyway. I mean, would you go as far as to say that, like, the concept of religion analytically is just thrown away?
I'd say for when it comes to these non-dogmatic community-based belief systems, we can do away with religion. To separate something from broader society is unnatural to what they've believed. And to answer your question of how can we even go about understanding it, I'd say with this process of taking our assumptions, examining them according to our source base, ditching them when they don't work, and then trying to come up with new theories and concepts which closer fit the potential ontologies presented to us within the source base in its totality, that we may get closer to the ontologies that they and context they have had, and allow us to have an analytical framework and tools which are closer to this historical reality. Yes.
I think I'm going to follow up and try to formulate this clearly. But how do we, it's kind of more of the same question, how do we do it? Because it seems like, I get the implication, I agree with you, by the way, Francis, but I agree it doesn't work. These concepts of objective, they don't work. But one is a reductive materialist today and thinks that we have religion exists, but it's all essentially just make believe, people telling stories and stuff. Then that's what. But so how does one get past that? Does one have to actually be on to actually accept that these were true in the real sense that things can be true, just as true as any other?
And that's
Tom, could I ask you actually, after the question has been done, would you mind just repeating or summarizing the questions? Because people in the chat are hearing the answers, but not the questions. So yeah,
okay,
thanks. Yeah, if you would. Yeah, thanks.
I guess this would be a question of should we accept these on these beliefs as being true if we're trying to adapt these ontologies from our modern materialist perspective? to answer your question on that, when it, in essence, yes, it is quite a radical position. It is saying we need to get as close as possible to the beliefs of the time. And as such, we should take the radical approach in accepting these things as true, but only insofar for analysis. This is only something that we need in order to interface with the source material and understand it from their perspective, rather than, of course, on a whole, daily life level or it's not anything about like the wider truth of reality or any kind of wider claims about this. It's more so that we can interface with the source space itself and do it on their terms.
Are there any more questions from the audience here? We've had a few questions from the chat. They're more general questions rather than about the talk. So one is about the difference between Norse and Sami religion. Another one asks about the Indo-European common religion theory, namely the Heavenly Father theory. You didn't really touch on this in this talk. Would you, but to maybe rephrase the Sami question a little bit, would you say we could also maybe take inspiration from anthropological studies into Sami belief and do a similar thing with Norse belief?
Maybe could do very much the same in the sense of a lot of these religions which are similarly unstructured. I'm even using religions. Look at that. These belief systems which are similarly unstructured. We can go about the same way of like interpreting them on their own level, on their own, in essence, taking them just as seriously. And also, when it comes to the concept of the Indo-European Skyfather, we have to again reconsider what we mean by a heavenly being. Is a heavenly being indelibly separate from this world? Because that's a very Christian concept and a very Christian understanding of it. Or would this heavenly being be understood as being part of the very same world in which we dwell? So, I'd question the application of a dualist understanding to a heavenly father and earthly realm.
Interesting, very interesting. I think definitely food for thought and food for conversations over a pint or any other kind of drink at the end. So can we have one round of applause for Tom, please? Thank you. Did you get presentation? Yeah. Could I send you to get some water as well? Sure. Perfect. A lot of people saying well done in the chat, by the way, and that they found it interesting. And the most frequently asked comment was, why is this guy so handsome? Yes, thanks very much. The cups, oh yeah, they're just behind. Yeah. Yeah, Max, we have a couple of minutes, so just, just the funsies, exactly. Yeah.
I'm back Wednesday. Welcome back Wednesday.
Oh wow! Sure, with the iPad there, yeah.
And the
That just cherry on top. Cherry on top. Okay, perfect. We have like 2 minutes before schedule, so it's all perfect. Oh, let me actually get the. I forgot to do the little card thing. So in case, it's your job.
the 20 minutes. I was like, oh.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. So yeah, I'm gonna like introduce. Yeah, I'll just wait for Tom to come back with the water, and then we can get started.
Okay, you're doing it right now?
All right. Really looking forward to this book.
Yeah.
I was like, I read the abstract and I was like, what is going on with this area?
So much.
Yeah.
Myself off.
Yeah.
There's so much cool stuff cut out of my course.
Right. We're gonna get the full talks in the pub. The pubs after a couple of Right. All right. So we got the water there. Are you good? I'll introduce you and then we get you started. I think Petra's going to come back, so the door being closes. All right. Oh, Petra's not gone. All right. If I could grab everyone's attention, we're about ready to move on with our next speaker, who has come all the way from Iceland, where they are studying. Here's some Icelanders in the back there, as always. They are studying Viking and medieval Norse studies, so very well read into all the literature. But today, they'll be leaving the literature behind and diving into the mud, the clayey mud of Denmark, to be precise, and the mud of Lejre, where we find some very weird things going on. So without further ado, Max, please take it away.
All right. So to just introduce Lejre a little bit, because I assume most people aren't super familiar with Denmark, I'm gonna stay over here.
Yeah, good plan.
About 6 kilometers southwest of Oslo, the nearest large town, and it's about 40 kilometers west of Copenhagen. Our site brings us to Lejre, the royal seat of the Skjoldung dynasty, and it's also known as the setting. Outlined in red, the stone ship setting. Here's an overview of the site. The dig site at Lejre consists of the ship-shaped stone setting, an earthen mound called Klædehøj, and a cemetery-like area between the two. They found a lot of bodies there. I wouldn't call it a formal cemetery by any means. It's about a kilometer west of the ship setting, and Klædehøj is another archaeological complex with 7 Great Hall footprints spanning a time period of about 500 years. So that's where we're looking. At the burial complex itself, they found 55 total graves. 51 were interred, meaning buried, and 4 were cremated. There's a little breakdown of they sexed some of the skeletons, just 11 of them. 7 were male and 4 were 7 were female and 4 were male. And they also evaluated that Klædehøj is the largest, not the largest, the oldest part of the burial complex, dating from the mid-7th century, while the ship setting is from about the 10th century. The grave that we are looking at is at the prow, the north end prow of the ship setting. It was excavated in 1953. And this is what the archaeological report had to say about it, made by Steinwolf Andersen. The digs were ongoing there between the 1940s and the 1960s. He found at the bottom of grave 55 a slender little man who, despite a couple of heel bone fractures, had badly deformed feet. Over him lay a strongly built individual, I suppose we can say a man as well, with the head chopped off and placed near the shoulder, as you can see in the diagram. His hands and feet were close together and were likely bound. This initially confused the archaeologists that there were 2 men in the one grave, and since its discovery, it has begged the question, why is this the case? Here's what Andersen had to say about it. He said that the natural explanation for this double burial may be that the topmost man was executed and offered in connection to the lower remains. That emphasizes that only the latter had grave goods with him. Indeed, it is not an overwhelmingly rich outfit: an iron knife, a whetstone, and a belt buckle of bronze with matching fitting. But with the addition of the thrall, he has just enough for the afterlife. So going with this analysis, what do we know about funerary traditions? A lot of what I was looking at is built off of the account of Ibn Fadlan, an Arab scholar who was traveling with Rus Vikings who were probably from Sweden in the 10th century, which was the same time just about as this burial complex. The key section here is that the dead chieftain's thralls were asked who will die with him, and they volunteer themselves. On the day of the funeral, the thrall who has volunteered is given special treatment, served drinks, and taken care of all day by other thralls. They go from tent to tent and participate in a ritual fornication with the chief's vassals, who each tell the thrall to tell their master that the vassal is doing this out of love for the chieftain. Meanwhile, a sorceress, we don't exactly know her status. Some have theorized that she's a Vodfa, called the Angel of Death, has prepared the shroud for the chieftain's pyre and places offerings on the ship, including food and like horses, dogs. There's a lot going on. And then a ritual occurs with a symbolic makeshift doorway where the thrall is lifted up and carried back down multiple times and says, I see the chieftain in Valhall. I see my parents. And it's seen as like an approach of the afterlife and their destiny. Dedication to the chieftain, as well as the doorway ritual, has been connected to the classical concept of Eros Gamos, which comes from the Greek. It means a divine marriage. People who have written on this include Gro Stensland, Olaf Sundqvist, Focus Ström, and others. Eros Gamos rituals take many forms, but the term is generally defined as a symbolic union, often with fertility connotations, but its manifestations in ritual usually involve deities. In Ibn Fadlan's account, the thrall represents a Valkyrie in the role of accompanying or escorting the chieftain to Valhall, and by the man's execution. Goddess Nanna dies of grief over Balder and is cremated alongside her husband at his funeral. This is where I started veering off into crazy territory. I think this has a lot to do with gender. Ibn Fadlan's account specifically describes a female thrall as the sacrifice in the case of the chieftain Rurik's funeral, but he does note that the offer of the sacrifice is extended to all genders. In a heteronormative society like Viking Age Scandinavia, how would this affect theories related to Eros Gamos and high-status funerals if it is considered to be a fertility ritual, a marriage ritual, that sort of thing? I'd argue that it doesn't, because the traditional understanding of Norse gender roles with women in charge of innenstoks, within's the domain outside the home, appearing in legal texts, and the prevalence of outstanding women in saga literature indicates to scholar Carol Clover that the gender binary isn't actually determined by biological sex, but rather by personal agency. She calls this the duality between the adjectives blóður and fatter. Blóður is just kind of implies like weak, but it also can be used to refer to the female of a species of animal. And fatter is its opposite. Clover says that woman and man is a normative category, but not a binding one, meaning that by one's deeds, they can break out of it. You see this with the deep-minded in Laxdæla Saga. And you also see this in the role of insults, which are used often to study Norse concepts of gender, because of the concept of nid and erki, which is its sexual slander, accusing a man of being unmasculine and of participating in what's called receptive sexuality. The concept of nid and erki come up in sagas, in law texts like Graugaus and Gulathing, which is like its Norwegian counterpart. So essentially what it boils down to is that Carol Clover would argue that this is more what the concept of gender looks like, that it is a spectrum between blöður and vater, which can be correlated with masculine and feminine, but aren't as strict a binary as we consider today. And that this is a masculine ideal, but you do have to work up to it. Clover's paradigm takes its cues from American historian and sexologist Thomas Lejre, who wrote the one sex, one flesh theory in his book Making Sex. Physiological differences were well known in medieval society, naturally, but the male-female duality is considered two sides of the same coin rather than two separate entities, I guess. According to Clover, the category man is, if anything, even more susceptible to mutation than the category woman. For if a woman's ascent into the masculine took some doing, the man's descent into the feminine was just one real or imagined act away. The frantic machismo of Norse men, at least as they are portrayed in literature, would seem on the face to suggest a society in which being born male precisely did not confer automatic superiority, a society in which distinction had to be acquired and constantly reacquired by wresting it away from others. So essentially, this is establishing gender as a externally determined label, similar to the emphasis on reputation and honor that we are seeing in the sagas and things like revenge cycles. This connects to the social hierarchy as laid out in Riksthula, which splits the society into, for lack of a better word, castes of Jarl, Karl, and Thrall. Thralls are described undesirably managing physical grunt work, and it is generally a dehumanizing category similar to modern chattel slavery. And trading slaves, trading thralls was a major income source in the Viking Age. We do not have time to get into all that. As we also see in the sagas, reputation, honor, and good standing are reliant on community perception of personal behaviors and deeds. Like I said, an externally determined status. In their role as slaves, thralls have the least amount of agency possible. And if gender is reliant on personal power and personal agency, or masculinity is rather, thralls would be positioned as far away from masculinity, from vater, as possible on social terms. So what does this have to do with the graven Lejre? I would argue that the beheaded person who was tentatively sexed as masculine in Grave 55 at Gemma Lejre can be read as a Euros Gamos ritual as described by Ibn Fadlan without requiring the complication of reckoning the status of homosexuality in the Viking Age. If the gender options are man or not man, or rather if the proper or legitimate marriage, even by proxy, is between a blöður and a vater individual, then a thrall would be considered blöður, and therefore it ticks all the boxes to be a proper version of this Euros Gamos ritual. So that is where I stand on Lejre. Thank you.
That was excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Incredibly interesting.
I'm sure there'll be questions. So if you have a question, you know the drill, raise your hand. We'll have a look. Same goes for the chat. I'm sure there'll be questions there as well.
There's a lot of concepts that I threw out, so I don't expect everyone to immediately get everything.
Oh, that's fair enough. Can I, if there are no questions to begin, can I kick off? How did you come across this grave? In what context did you find it? Were you out looking for Norse concepts of gender and then you thought, oh, this is interesting? Or did you come across this first and then work backwards?
I'd read Carol Clover's piece, Regardless of Sex, in the course. And then we took a trip to Lejre, just in general. And we were at the ship setting, and the professor was describing it. And he basically just said, there's 2 men buried here, and we don't know why. And we just come from reading Carol Clover, and I was like,
maybe there's something there.
there's something. Yeah.
Interesting.
Do you think so? You said that the sort of, I guess, role-coded individual was like beheaded and the hands tied around the back, when the other ritual you described, obviously they're not all the same, was more of a cremation one. Do you think there's like, why? Like, if you just have any speculations, or do you think it's important in any way?
I think to some extent it has to do with the wealth of Rurik, the one described in Ibn Fadlan's account, compared to whoever is buried in Lejre at this time. Morten Varman, who actually is the professor I was working with, has written on the like symbolic status of ships in specifically funerary rituals, and he argues that basically in lieu of an actual ship, which is a very valuable resource, ship settings exist so that you're still like in a ship because of your status, but not. It functions as a ship, but it isn't a real ship because you can't afford to lose the ship essentially. So I think that because there's no ship to be burnt in, that might have something to do with it. But yeah, that's as close as I can get with the information I have, I guess. Yeah.
I was just wondering, sorry, I was a bit like overwhelmed by all of the graves in the diagram.
Yeah, sorry.
First. I was wondering what the sort of context of like the grave that you've examined with the 2 people and with the, any that were around them, if that's, sort of any clues as to what's going on with the sort of, burial area.
Yeah.
Max, sorry, would you mind repeating the question just for the chat? Thanks.
Of course. Yeah, so the question is, what is the context of the grave itself? So what else is going on in the area with all the burials? Because there are multiple there. There are 11 burials within the bounds of the ship setting. There is one in like the smack dab middle, but I couldn't find actual records on that grave in particular. The report was a little oblique about it. It only focused on very specific graves. It was interesting. Anyway, there are, because this is like a graveyard area, there were a lot of other graves around it. I took the inclusion of the thrall in this grave as, since this is the most valuable grave good included in a grave within the stone setting, that this is the like occupant of the ship, I guess. Right in front of it, like right in front of the prow, is 2 graves stacked on top of each other, but they are separate graves, which I found interesting. Yeah, this isn't the only grave in the area. It's just the one that I honed in on, because of previous analysis by the archaeologists working on it, and how the site was originally described to me, and partly because of the inclusion of the thrall in grave 55. Got a question over there, Simon.
Oh, thank you for the presentation. It's maybe a bit too broad a question, but there are a reasonable amount of kind of multiple variables. Are you sort of suggesting that this might be an explanation for kind of others beyond this case study, or is it just because, is this sort of particularly latent because of the beheading and specifically?
The question was, do I think this theory applies to all double burials or burials with multiple people in the same grave across the Norse world. I would say that this is dependent on the exact context with the beheading and the bound wrists and presumably bound feet. Yeah, I would say I'd have to look further into other burials.
Good stuff. We had one question from the chat, which is quite meta. So if you think, you know what, this is not my area, then please just say it. We don't have to go into it any further, but I feel I should read it. Farmer Galga asks for both you and Tom. So Tom, if you want to weigh in on it as well. Both of you have now mentioned how societal norms, but also metaphysics are not dualistic. Any thoughts on how it can be described or how it can be contextualized?
One thing with Tom's is, and his, like the question that I think it was Petter or asked what with clarifying what Tom meant by letting go of the concept of religion. I think it's a very major way that I approach it, where instead of thinking of this as fiction as belief, I think of it as part of the culture. Where it is reality, because we do the same thing in our culture, where it's just accepted as reality that there are, in the context of my presentation, we just accept that there are two default genders, and that variations branch off from them. And so when incorporating, for instance, the one gender paradigm into how I was conceiving of this, yeah, I guess I just kind of sat there and was like, well, if it was my understanding that there aren't two flavors of people, there's one flavor and you're either more flavored or less flavored.
Right. It's a very good way of looking at it, actually. Yeah. Interesting. No, super. Thank you very much. Are there any more? We have like a few more minutes left because you were so perfect on timing. If there are any more questions, now's the time to shoot. Otherwise, maybe quick toilet break. Oh, there is one. Yes. The
topic of my brain stopped. No, on the topic of like how in that field a lot of people assume two genders and how you can have different flavors and so on. I've heard a wonderful wording of it before, where some mentioned that technically, as a society, we start out with four because you can easily say that is that guy a man or is he a boy? Because then you start with the boy gender and then you go into the man gender later, and you can have. I was very fascinated with your mention of the side. I forgot which part of it because I'm also writing another thing here at the same time. How women would have to work a lot to be seen as masculine, but men only have to fuck up once to be seen as feminine. And I don't have a cleverly worded question in here. There's something in there, but it just became a deluge of thoughts. Sorry about that.
That's okay. Let's see.
I don't know if that the whole man or no boy, girl, man, woman plurality of gender views would fit into the one body, one gender, or one body, one sex flavor spectrum. Like how if that would be a fitting thing.
I think that taking those two concepts and putting them together, I would argue that there's three rather than four.
Oh.
Either in the case that there is a general category of just juvenile, where one kind of hasn't acquired a gender yet, almost, or in the case that the gender category, if we're going to make it a trinary, would be man, boy, woman, because from what we see of the roles of young girls, mostly as portrayed in the sagas, which are post-Christianization, girls are seen basically as like, they're women in training, but they have much of the same expectations as women. And so there's less play around time before maturation into an adult, I guess. And then like there isn't as much of a change in expectations between girls and women, other than now you have to go marry and have children because you're old enough to do that. But otherwise the rules are the same.
Thank you very much. Just very interesting points.
Yes.
Yeah, a lot to consider here, and super cool to be relating the theories that we're reading about that are very theoretical, and then applying it on the ground and seeing how does that work together. So thank you very much. Really enjoyed that one. Okay, I think we have like 4 or 5 minutes on our time. So if you quickly need to use the bathroom, they're down in the basement. I'm gonna refill some water, and then we'll get started again. Back on again.
Thank you. You're so far away.
Yeah, I'm sorry about this. It's yeah, and with the microphone. But we have like about twice as many people. I mean, we have it fluctuates between
Yeah.
like 60, so we have quite a few
So it
people.
is a-
Yeah, quite a few. Okay.
All right, everyone. I think we'll get started again. If I could have everyone's attention. So our next speaker is also an Icelanding, all the way from the cold Northern Isle, but now also at the University of Oslo. So both the University of Iceland and University of Oslo are doing Viking and medieval
Norse study.
Norse, yes,
Same-
Viking
same
medieval
as-
Norse studies, same
Yeah.
study as Max. So perfect. Grab your pillows, hide under the blankets, because this is going to be really scary. Actually, I've had the pleasure of hearing this talk before, and I didn't sleep for a week. So I hope everyone is ready. It was yesterday. I'm exaggerating, but today Elliot will be talking about Draugar in Old Norse literature. So please, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Okay, so today is about Sacral and Synchronicity, the development of the Corporeal Revenant in the medieval North. Now, I know this is a pre-Christian conference, but I'm going to be talking a lot about Christianity because I'm going to be looking at the development of the Revenant, Draugar, zombie, whatever you want to call them, through the Christianization period. And because of this, I've taken the word sacrifice a little bit more generally to mean anything given up. So I'm going to talk about the sacrifice that is involved in Christianization. So there's this idea that when you have a conversion period, you'll have to give up some of your dominant theology in order to accommodate pagan beliefs or pre-Christian beliefs. So then you can then convert those pagans. The most famous example in Iceland of this is upon the conversion of Iceland, they were still allowed to eat horse meat and expose babies, at least according to Ari the Wise. This didn't stick around for very long. This law got taken out very quickly. But when this stuff does stick around, it creates what is sort of like a heretical folklore, a folklore that really goes against dominant Christian theologies. I put heretical in scare quotes because it's almost certain that the people who believed and transmitted this folklore didn't believe they were doing anything heretical, but it doesn't work with Christianity still. And so people often trace these things back to pre-Christian belief because the idea that they happened in Christianity is a bit far-fetched. So revenants are a really, really good example of this. Because they really just shouldn't exist in Christian ideology. They shouldn't, and I'll get into why in a bit. But it suggests that they were probably inherited from some pre-Christian belief system. However, it's important to note synchronicity. Just because something goes against Christianity doesn't mean it doesn't still work with it in certain ways. So the question I'm going to be asking today is, does the Draugar work in confluence with Christian ideas at all? Spoiler, yes. So this is an example of a Draugar being converted into Christian ideals contemporarily. So we have Dietmar de Messenburg, who is writing his Chronicon Tetmari. He's writing during the conversion of the Slavic tribes east of the Elbe. This is during the Wendish rebellion still. So it's a little bit of a tumultuous time for Dietmar here. And he writes in his history, he writes these ghost stories, one of which is about a bishop who gets raised up to hold mass for all of the dead bodies in the churchyard. And this, Dietmar says, is proof that the resurrection can happen. This is a very heretical statement on his part, but we'll let it slide. And Nancy Cacchiola has argued that this is actually being used as a pedagogical tool. So Dietmar has taken some folklore from the Slavic tribes, something probably related to our Eastern European vampires, has taken that and sort of put a Christian layer on top in order to explain the resurrection to newly converted Slavic people. But then Cacchiola goes on to say the Draugar that we find in the Islendingasögur are the same thing. And it's a little bit of a different situation. But first, before we get into that, it's a Draugar. So the word comes from a Proto-Indo-European root meaning to deceive. It's a verbal root that you then tack on a thematic ending, which is turns into our as, and it becomes a noun of something that deceives or someone who deceives. This is why in Old High German we have our cognate gitrog, deception, or our Old Saxon gidrog, mirage. And you can kind of see how this ethereal illusion can go into ghost quite neatly. We have a parallel example of this happening in Old Irish with erdrech, which means phantom, comes from the same root of deception. So it's this idea that you have an illusion, then it somehow becomes something spooky. This makes sense that the draugur is a very ethereal semantic space. Like this is a not very physical concept, and it makes sense in a pre-Christian context because with having cremation and inhumation, it not really seeming like there's much of a pattern. There certainly fluctuates. It suggests that the concept of the corpse, the actual object of the corpse, wasn't particularly relevant in the concept of afterlife or anything like that, because you burn it, you destroy it, or you don't. It doesn't matter. We don't have very many poetic instances of a draugur, but here is one. So Kalikosen is, this is all preserved in Orkney Saga. The Kalikosen is writing at the beginning of the 12th century. And the context here is Kali has just walked into a cave to find treasure, found no treasure, and can't also light his torch. So he builds a little can to mark that he was there, and he leaves. And he says in his verse, here I have raised a high pan to a strong-minded ghost in the dark, stone holler. In this way I look for ring. There is no mention of a ghost or a draugur or anything in the prose text or in any of the other following stanzas. So it suggests that the idea that the only thing that matters to make a draugur is to build a cairn. Does the actual body inside completely irrelevant? You might put it there, you might not, who cares? It's the pile of stones that is like the location of this spirit, is not attached to any physical remains. So in Christianity are semi, they're often a sign of sainthood, like the Apostle of the North sees his dead mother and Saint Mary. This is a sign of his holiness. We also have the Stuart manuscript, is a translation of the Old Testament from Iceland in the 14th century. And the spirit of King Samuel, who's been raised from the dead, is actually called a draugur. This is possibly because it's heretical, because the witch of Endor has raised him. So it's like this concept of some pagan raising. It's probably what they perceived when they wrote this. So mainly ghost invasions are heretical because it's just usually God that does it, right? But it doesn't really work in the way Christians at this time dead and how they function. So how do they function? Prepare for in like antiquity, right to the Middle Ages, Christians are concerned with an extremely material eschatology, which is a fancy way of saying at the end of times, when Jesus is in Jesus' second coming, he will raise you from the dead, he will resurrect you. But it is your physical corpse, the thing that you leave behind, your physical matter, is the thing that gets raised up. No idea of a soul at this point, it's your physical matter. So this begins in the 5th century with people like Augustine and St. Jerome, who are very scared about decay and also what happens to all of your fingernails that you cut throughout your life. And in the 12th century, we have this idea of the self, who you are as a person, is very located in your physical matter. There's no concept of something separate. We have to get concerned about fragmentation and reassemblage. This whole thing is basically about my hand gets cut off, do I get resurrected without a hand? What happens to that hand when I get resurrected? Also, what should I do with that hand right now? Should I bury it on consecrated ground? The answer is yes, you should, because God will knit you back together. And only by the 14th century, the theologians really start to concern themselves with the soul. Now, this is not just like a scholastic theological debate from the continent. This is why inhumation is so important in Christian burials. We don't want to take away the parts of you that will become you forever, and why cremation is so confronting to them because you're destroying this vessel of yourself. We also have evidence of it in the Knepper of Gragas. So they understand reassemblage. There's a lot of talk about what to do if you just find a random body part in the fjords, what you can do with that. They have evidence of body continuity. So the idea that my matter is me, it will always will be me. So if I eat an animal that has eaten a person, I have eaten that person. So you can't eat carrion birds, you can't eat their eggs, you can't eat any animal that you think might have been eaten a person once. Also, if your pig eats a horse, you have to starve your pig for 3 months so that the matter of, until it's physically initiated, so the matter of the horse leaves the pig, and then you keep the pig. So we can do this concept, right? And so the problem of Revenant is that really only the power of God at the end of the world should be able to raise you up. Nothing. The idea of that is crazy before that. And also, a sinful creature is corruptible. Only saints cannot decay because they're also holy and perfect. So this idea that the physical revenant who has not decayed and is some sort of evil force is just quite heretical, not good. So this would maybe suggest that the corporeal revenant could be a pre-Christian context. But let's have a look at its thinking. So in the 14th century, there are a couple. So we have the Stuart manuscript, which I mentioned before. We have the New Christian section of Vinkenoog, which I can read it here. How exciting! So in both manuscripts, it talks about you should the punishment for heathenry is to give up all of your wealth. And these examples are if you believe in land spirits, in groves, in cans, or if you set out to get your future told. And also that you should give up all your wealth if you're one who tempts Draugar up and tries to wake them, or the same with Hudbury. So we get this idea that these spirits and scary things that are very heathen and we don't like them because this is the Christianity era are still very spiritual at this point. Same with Laxala Saga. We get one mention of the word Draugar, not in the famous one, in Thorkel's drowning. So Thorkel is Gudrun's fourth husband, and he drowns at sea and shows up as a ghost. And we know this is a ghost because his body is at sea, shows up as a ghost, as a Draugar. So these are all very ethereal. And then we get Flomana Saga, which is, I'm going to say, the 14th century. We have some troubles with the manuscripts here. But the Draugar here is called Draugar and begins very ethereally. He's just a sound. Thorgils is hearing him all night. And then he becomes corporeal the moment that he is met at his camp. And at this moment, he becomes very corporeal because he is both hard and grim, so that earth comes up from around his feet. He's so heavy that the earth is coming up behind him. So he suddenly becomes extremely physical. And after this point, he's no longer called a Draugar, he's called an afterganger, after walker. And this dualism of the ethereal Draugar and the suddenly very physical afterganger has made people, some scholars, find the term Draugar a little bit unfashionable. So people like Reenactment and Rebecca Merkelbach have started only using the word afterganger instead of Draugar to emphasize the physicality that they see as so important in these figures in the Vinkenoog. Not particularly questioning why, but they find it very important. So, Prappen Laxala Saga, Glamour and Gratis Saga, Thorother and Erbigia Saga, all of them are afterganger. They are never Draugar. Thorgina from Erbigia Saga is very nice, and she makes the meal for everyone while her body is being transported to Skalholt. She is an afterganger, and we get hordes of afterganger who break bones and kill people in Feiringa Saga and Erik Saga Rauda. So we only get this sort of physical Draugar again when you get to the 15th and 16th century with Hroffsaga Kraka. You get some ghosts who fight people. But at this time, in the mid 14th century, They're suddenly all of these very, very physical revenants. So we've established that they are maybe really heretical, right? But I think that they're actually a little bit, there's something else going on here, because they function very synchronously with the ideas of the physical corpse that I was talking about before. They agree with the Christian location of the self. The self is hrap before, hrap when he dies, hrap after he dies. And this idea that like you are your corpse is you, that they're very synonymous. And then it also aligns with the potential animacy of the Christian corpse. Nancy Cacchiola tries to argue that this is a pagan idea. Maybe that works with the Slavic people, but here it really is seems to be a Christian one, of the understanding that your dead matter is, there's possibly something that could happen there later. And they also display bodily continuity and retention of self. So all of the mean old men in Laxdala Saga, Grettir Saga, and Eredigia Saga, they continue to be mean and violent, and they after their death. And when you have a nice one, such as Thorgina, who's very nice before her death, she's very nice after her death, and makes people a really lovely meal. And most importantly, I think, and this is something often I think scholars of monsters tend to overlook, is how the mechanism of horror of any monster should be, and always is, culturally relevant. It's only scary if I find it scary. And so this idea that whatever the way that it's scary should be relevant to the culture it's scary for. So Rebecca Merkelbach just kind of brushes this away and says, Walking Dead are uncanny. She uses the Freudian unheimlich. But it's much, much more than that for a Christian audience, right? It is an inversion and corruption of what you perceive as yourself now and forever, your eternity, but also who your concept of yourself at this very moment. You see this horrible, disgusting, heretical, scary version of it. And it's precisely the heresy of a physical Dräger, or physical Afterganger, that produces this terror. Also, very importantly, the Afterganger are never ever laid to rest. They are always dismembered. Usually their heads are cut off or they're burnt, which is also a very confronting thing for a Christian audience, and probably not as so here we are. So we get from ghosts to zombies. So the Dräger begins in a very ethereal semantic space, and there is certainly evidence that it was a ghost, and frankly remains a ghost up until the 15th century, when you just get a blur of lines with like what this folklore actually is representative of. And then we get the Afterganger, which seems to be a bit of a later occurrence. And it likely gained dominance, which it certainly did. There are far more attestations of an Afterganger than a Dräger. It likely gained dominance because it had this synchronicity with the Christian belief system. It's difficult to say that if the Afterganger was there pre-Christian, you can't say, who knows? But the reason that we end up seeing more Afterganger is because it works far better with a Christian context. So to bring back to the concept of sacrifice, just as the Christians would have had to sacrifice some of their belief to allow revenants to exist at all within this folklore, the Dräger and other revenants must have had to sacrifice their incorporeality and gain this corporealness in order to accommodate Christian theology as well. And there's my manuscripts, and there's my bibliography.
Again, it was really enjoyed that again. Are there any questions about Dräger?
I was going to ask if you had seen Ardman Jakobsen's stuff about the Dräger as vampires.
I
see that you have.
Yes. He argument of that, of Draugar as vampires, with the first translation of Dracula into Icelandic, translated vampire as Draugar. It's where he gets his like concept from, and he sort of runs with that. The vampirism, I think, is just I think it's a misunderstanding of where Draugar come from. And in this, he talks about Afturgangur, much closer to the Eastern European Slavic myth of the vampire, or the folklore of the vampire. And I think that it's a bit of a reach, in my opinion.
I also was going to ask if you had an opinion on how Skatlagrimur from Egil Saga fits in with all this, because there's the episode where Egil breaks the wall and like blocks up the door. He breaks the wall and puts the corpse through the wall, so that if he came back, he wouldn't be able to get in the house
because there's no doorway.
Elliot, would you mind
I was just about to do that.
Thanks.
So the question was, how does this all fit in with Skatlagrimur from Egil Saga, who they knock down the wall when he dies to go bury him outside and build it back up again so that he can't come back in. I almost included that he doesn't actually raise from the dead, but the worry that he will is connected to this idea that he's a very violent man, and this violence will then continue into his life. The concept that they have to come through doorways, this actually does, I didn't have a chance to put this into the presentation, but a lot of the places where these people are buried is centered around doorways. I believe Krap wants to be buried in the doorway. You also see in Laxdala Saga, the other person I mentioned, Thoralfur, appears first in the doorway. So there is a aspect to this that is very the liminal space of doors and where they can come in. But again, this only really occurs in the Islendingasögur, in the later material. And I'd argue it's probably this idea that, if they're physical beings, there's increased physicality. We have to think about them actually entering our spaces, as opposed to some ethereal being who they tend to stay close or around or in their mounds. So it's not as much of a threat that way. Yeah, it is really cool. That was a cool episode.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Christianization when you have the Draugar as this entity connecting to the Högr or to the Cairn. When you go to Christianity and you lose or you want to stop people from having a religious relationship to the Cairns and all this, isn't it then sort of, it makes sense to have literally the Draugar walk out of his Cairn to make it less important in a sense?
Yeah.
So it sort of works.
Yeah.
Do you have any thoughts on that?
So the question is about Christianization. If we take the assumption that the Cairn is the location of the Draugar, then on Christianization, to decenter the religious potency of the Cairn, you have him walk out and go away from it. I think that could possibly be part of it, but I also struggle to see evidence that on a wide sort of folkloric scale of discouraging certain like actively poisoning sort of ideas to decenter things. It's probably a happy accident in my opinion, but I think that it's more that if you were a Christian, not a theologian, just a Christian who believed how your dead body works, and you saw a dead body in a can and you saw that and you were like, oh, what has the potency? You'd probably pick the dead body over they probably just thought they were just rocks, and they knew that the heathens build up these rocks and it's weird. I don't like it. But I would argue it's probably more in terms of the everyday person, more of just a relocating to where you understand the power of the personhood to be, I guess, but I'm open to discussion. Yeah.
The two sons of their father, all bloodied from their duel. And the article I was reading about it was linking that to sort of the rituals of like, you know, telling the fathers to seek revenge or compensation or whatever. But you've also got in Laxdæla saga the I don't know, the sorceress or whatever the one that's like under the place where Gudrun says her prayers, like coming in a dream to, you know, complain about her. I mean, do you think that they're kind of putting the dead in dreams rather than as Draugr or something corporeal? You know, is that another element of Christianization? I don't know. What are your thoughts?
No, that's a really interesting concept. So the question is how do visions of the dead in dreams associate with this? So the word draumr for dream, a dream, comes from the same root as draugr. It is, I won't go into the Indo-Europeanness of it, but they're associated terms. Still this idea of something, a deception and etherealness. So I would probably argue that it certainly dreams seem to be enough of a presence in the corpus to suggest that maybe it was, and this is the same sort of Draugr dream, this power of the ethereal deception, and how that continues. And I think it just works really well with some Christian ideas of how dreams work. So I think that it's not an overtaking, but I think that one's a true parallel probably, as opposed to this, which is a little bit more of a development. Yeah, that's a really interesting concept there.
Yeah, I'm intrigued by the shared etymology there. I didn't know that. So yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. Awesome.
Do we have any other? Oh yeah, plenty.
Would you rather be a zombie or a ghost?
Would rather be a zombie or a ghost?
A zombie.
A
Probably.
zombie. That the concept of the dead is so very interested. I'd so much rather be a zombie. Like the way that like inflicts on the psyche, I think is way cooler than like I'm just a ghost over here in my pile of rocks. Yeah.
That's a great question. Cleo, I saw your hand reaching to the sky.
Francis Squitieri, that are seen as part of the environment. And I really enjoyed the part where he said that it's the perception of the uncanny that makes it scary or not scary.
Yeah.
Familiar.
Yeah.
Would you say that Draugr are familiar or scary?
Well, it's a little bit. Oh yes, sorry. Thank you. So the question is about are the Draugr sort of like different from the horse spirits, and are they sort of like a familiar or a different uncanny? Like how do they function with sort of the philosophy of horror that we have here? I would firstly, it's very difficult to say from a pre-Christian perspective of what they found scary and why they found it scary. I would imagine that I mean, like it depends on. I'm personally not an archaeologist, so if I am wrong, I'm very, very sorry. But this concept of having grave mounds, being a visual, being a monument that you're supposed to visit, having runestones that talk for themselves because they have like gained the agency somehow. I would imagine that Draugr are a little bit less scary than the physical one. Because of this sort of familiar nature of you're meant to go to the cairn, you're meant to see them, you're meant to interact with this burial site in some way. But that being said, it could also be like spooky ghost is here, shouldn't. But like this idea that the landscape, the rocks themselves, the cairn. No. That's a good question. No. There are. The word Draugr is interestingly very ubiquitous in scholarship, but is very little attested. It is much attested later when we have sort of like Icelandic folklore and all of the stuff. And often translations will just say Afturgangur, they'll say Draugur to like link up these two ideas to the point where often scholars don't know the difference and they will refer to people as Draugur who are Afturgangur, they're never referred to as Draugur. So the actual ethereal thing, we're never actually told what it looks like or what it acts like. Poetry is a little bit tricky because they tend not to describe things at all. So there are a couple of other attestations in poetry, but they're also just like, and there's a ghost.
Yes, that was perfect. Thank you so much. The fact that Tom has just answered his phone and rushed out of the classroom means the pizzas have arrived. So we now have a 45-minute break to have some pizza, to continue some discussions, use the bathroom. Yeah, so we'll recommence 3:30. So yeah, we'll get the pizza sorted and tuck in. All right, let me talk to the chat. How's everyone enjoying it so far? Perfect. So if everyone heard that in the thanks, Peter. Glad someone's enjoying it. We're gonna grab the pizzas for our audience here. Please, everyone at home, have a nice snack, enjoy something, touch grass. We're gonna recommence in 45 minutes. So that is at 3:30 Norwegian time, CET time. So we will be back with more talks. Thank you very much, everyone in the chat, and glad everyone's enjoying it and finding it interesting. So if you have any questions for any of the speakers that have been, then let me know and I can pass them on. But for now, I will pause the stream and go and help eating some pizza, I think. So let me see how I can do that. Maybe I just have to turn off the sound. Yeah, I'm gonna turn off the sound and leave the stream. As much as I can, otherwise I'll catch up. Yeah, the videos will be published after, so don't worry about it. Edit. If I end the stream, does it end it in one go? Oh, no. Okay, I'm just gonna leave this one. I saw wait.
Just a little bit.
Change this. Yeah, because then you can actually book the. Chat, can you hear things?
Starting.
Yes, we are vaguely starting.
And just a question about me walking around. Is it all right if I do point? Move over a little bit and point to things.
Yeah, pointing is fine. It's more like if you go over there,
Yeah.
we'll lose.
I'll go get everyone sat down.
Yeah, do you want to sort them out?
Listen, I just wanted to say, if you want to, I can hold this up and you're sort of approaching. That'd be fantastic. Yeah, just to make sure. Sure. Thank you so much.
It's nice to know how much you should slow down or speed up.
Absolutely. Me just like running through the entire thing. I'll go in 5 minutes. Yeah.
Cool, that right?
Yeah, just a sec.
I work in here.
Perfect.
Yeah, introduce you. Cool. Yeah, quick introduction. So I hope the pizzas were good, everyone. There's hopefully still some left. So if you're hungry at some point, then feel free, because otherwise Tom has to keep it in his fridge. So that would be great. So we're going to resume again. We've got a great presentation from someone on an absolutely brilliant course. And I would just like to spend about 10 minutes talking about Asnak for the 3 Asnaks in the room. Well, this is Xander, everyone. Xander does Anglo-Saxon, Norse, and Celtic, Asnak for short, at the University of Cambridge. And he is in his 3rd year of his undergraduate degree. And he is going to take us through some Anglo-Saxon sacral kingship. So very cool. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hi guys. So yeah, I'm Xander, as expertly introduced me. Thank you very much. I'd like to first say what a pleasure it is to be giving this talk today in front of all these great people. It's fantastic, and how much I've enjoyed the speakers' presentations before. They were all fantastic. So thank you very much for that. So the talk I'm going to give today centers around my research reading progress paper. Seemed a little bit of a short title, but that's because I've kind of cut it in half. The full title is Anglo-Saxon Sacral Kingship, the Continuity through Conversion of Pre-Christian Practice. And because, well, I wasn't sure how many people want to hear lengthy discourse on Christian practices, I thought we'd focus mainly on the juicy Pre-Christian Germanic practice today. But of course, throughout we'll be referring to the center of my research, survivals, in this practice. So let's get into it. So first, we're going to go on to our sources and address, the balance and focus of this research. So predominantly, we're gonna look at archaeological focus for this, which is, very important when we were talking about the early Anglo-Saxon period, because we don't, especially when addressing pre-Christian, ideas, because we simply don't have the contemporary internal views, literary context to really address that. But that being said, we are going to reference the non-contemporary external literary records, because they are nevertheless incredibly important. Even if they do have some kind of agenda and they are external, we'll be corroborating some of our material observations with interesting ideas from these literary works. So it's worth talking as well about some important concepts like historiography here, and specifically the focus of the iconographic approach, because so much of this study will be of an iconographic thematic nature. So the work important for our study, perhaps even central, is the work done by Carl Hock and his pioneering, or at least his advocacy, his heavy advocacy of the iconographic approach. This was kind of an analysis of artistic motifs and iconography on a more than aesthetic level, taking these motifs as symbolic of a greater spiritual conception of the world within Germanic societies specifically. So he used a systematic approach to deconstructing motifs in Germanic art and understanding these as conscious and meaningful expressions of mythological ideas. And this is something kind of, again, placed at the forefront of Gamster's analysis of these works. And I will be taking this forward as central to my research as well, and investigation, because they are
it's a very important and meaningful way to analyze these symbols. Although it should be said that even by the late 90s, as Wilson wrote, the majority of Germanic art has continued to be viewed purely as aesthetic. This study will continue to champion the iconographic approach, stating that these were not just an aesthetically pleasing to the peoples that made them, but really did represent something meaningful about mythology, society, and their conception of the world. And we'll hark back to some of Tom's fantastic ideas of the viewing the supernatural more perhaps as paranormal. So again, another central theme is extrapolation and comparison within this study. And I've entitled this slide "The Dangers and Benefits of Extrapolation" because really it's often seen as a dangerous game to impose our knowledge of one society onto another, to sort of fill in the blanks. And that's a valid view. I do take into account that's a valid view, that we can't simply, as I say, impose one society's values onto another, and just because they are somewhat culturally similar. And I'm really referencing the idea of the Scandinavian societies of the similar kind of period, the 6th, 7th, even 5th centuries, and we and how we compare them to early Anglo-Saxon England, specifically to construct our idea of a pre-Christian Germanic religion. But as I say, it's been very beneficial in the past, and it is central to our understanding of this field, and it's really necessary. For example, this is a really good example of it. When we see such similar artistic motifs as these, on the right we have the Sutton Hoo horn spear dancers, on the left we have the Torslunda plate image. Of course, we can see similarities there, and as I'll get onto later in this discussion, it is really important that we do consider comparison and not shy away from it. So, our use of terminology is a really important fact here, just as other speakers have discussed. It's worth addressing this as we go forward, because the way we express our ideas, it comes with baggage, and it comes with ideological, baggage is again the best word to describe it. Ideological baggage, which kind of indicates a kind of subliminal message on what we're saying. So first off, the term religion has its associated difficulties, perhaps suggests a degree of kind of systematization and organization and standardization of practice, which we really have little evidence for in terms of the early Anglo-Saxon society. And so I'll kind of shy away from using the term religion in this context, and perhaps slip into ideas of systems of belief, spiritual belief. But funnily enough, in the words of Rousel, prominent historian and documentary maker on this, he said in his discussion of this, "I will use the term religion and you will know what I mean." I'm not going to be as forceful as that, but sometimes I'll slip into terms like religious belief, and hopefully you will know what I mean. So yeah, again, what do we use as our focal point? We're gonna use these kinds of terms. Pagan also, of course, has its significant problems, and thankfully, I think most people have, in an academic context, moved away from this. Pagan comes with huge baggage, owing to perhaps its late antique origins as a pejorative term politically by Christians who wanted to other the people who had held on to these pre-Christian values in late antique Roman society, kind of similar to perhaps referring to someone as a yokel or like a rustic, referring to people who lived in the outback, away from civilized society, civilized progressive Christian society. That was a really interesting quote, and a kind of central again is by Neil Price. Paganism is largely an empty concept defined by what is not Christian. Hey, that's pretty good summary, Price. Thank you. So another key concept is, and I hope you forgive me, we're going to examine a few, as I say, key concepts before we jump into our analysis of iconography, just so we get that contextual understanding, which I think is really important. So class and worship, of course, when we're talking about sacral kingship, you're talking about these two elements, worship, belief, spirituality, and its intersection with class, and how, again, for lack of a better word, castes fit into this. So our study of sacral kingship inevitably relies on an understanding of this, and it's a kind of a functional relationship between social structure and the systems of belief. A key concept is the significant overlap between the relationship of the king and the gods within the relationship of a wider nobility and the gods. Of course, we should view it in functional terms to some extent, as the king is another member of the aristocracy, viewing this perhaps from a class-based perspective. As is evident in many contexts, not restricted solely to a Germanic pre-Christian one, worship fulfilled an important role in the systems of hierarchy. With this in mind, let's look at some of the evidence for worship as it relates to the Germanic nobility and then hopefully indeed the king. So again, some of these aren't new ideas, but it's fantastic, a fantastic example of the ideas which are still really important for a scholarly discussion. So the horse and rider motif. Again, we're going to be using comparison here between societies and extrapolation, which I hope is not too offensive to anyone, and to our scholarly senses. So it's worth noting the well-observed relationship between the Germanic chief god and the martial aristocracy of pre-Germanic societies. So the Vendel Swedish examples of the horse and rider motif identify a Scandinavian representation of the same figure we see, hopefully, we can see in early Anglo-Saxon representations, in this case, Odin. And when we compare this to East Anglian examples of the same artistic motif, we can then draw parallels on the relationship between kingship and the Germanic chief god as a result of their extreme similarity. So, let me just scroll down, sorry. We'll move on to the analysis here. So, on the left, we see the Valsgärde 8 burial helmet breastplate panels, and on the right, at the top there, we see the Sutton Hoo breastplate panels. Analyzing these images to kind of see what they represent about symbolism and spirituality, we can first use Hauck's iconographic method to deconstruct them. A prominent symbol in both of these is the spear as a central focal point. Of course, using the later, admittedly, non-contemporaneous literary record, we see the spear attested as a symbol of Odin, perhaps. Gungnir being a famous example of this. In Völuspá, Odin throws over a spear over the Vanir at which kind of begins the conflict between them. And Odin's Gungnir is described, and perhaps in Völuspá that might not be Gungnir, but other times we see Gungnir described as being a spear with its tip inscribed with runes. So clearly the spear is an important Odinic kind of image. Then on the Valsgärde 8 helmet breastplate panels, we see the clear kind of focus of raptor-headed terminals, these horned figures with raptor-headed terminals, as a symbol of, again, this Odinic connotations here. Now, this will become a bit more relevant in terms of our discussion of these guys down here, the horned spear dancers. But for now, let's just say that Odin, with his connection to Hugin and Munin, the two, perhaps ravens who sit on his shoulders, but could be taken more widely as raptors in these artistic contexts. They perhaps are represented here in these horned terminals. So, and as I say, we'll go a little bit more into this, the horned spear dance motifs below. But let's say that the riders here are, we can clearly identify their class. They are part of the warrior nobility. We know that their weapons and their war gear were not something for the lower people, and identify them as part of this warrior elite. And again, deconstructing these images, we see that these like raven horned people seem to be guiding the spear, and this association seems to be indicative of the relationship that the warrior elite then had with Odin as him as a martial guide for them. So That's really interesting. And then when we see the extreme similarity with the Sutton Hoo examples, it seems pretty clear that they had the same connection, even if the raptor terminals were lost in this example. So we'll move on to the as I mentioned, the Torslunder Pressfleck image of the horn spear dancer, and on the right the Sutton Hoo horn spear dancers. So I'd like to give some cultural context for perhaps where these images originate from. It's interesting to note that in a late antique context, within the document the Notitia Dignitatum, a Roman military document, we see mentions of a Germanic auxiliary group hailing from these North Germanic territories, the Cornuti, specifically the Cornuti Ioniores and Seniores. Cornuti seems to mean, in Latin, translate roughly to horned ones, and it's interesting to note that their symbol, recorded in the Notitia Dignitatum, their kind of banner is of these horned terminals, these kind of beast terminus like kind of representations like we see on the headdresses of these warriors here. So it seems like by the late antique period they had a conception of Germanic societies seeing again this connection between at least what we can definitely say a horned representation and the Germanic warrior elite. Whether or not by this point this is Odin, we're not sure, but hey, that's the cultural context. Moving forward to the Torslunder plates, the Vendel, or the Swedish representation here, we again see the raptor terminals. On the left, as in the Torslunder plate, this warrior is again holding spears, perhaps a representation of Odin there, or the importance of Odin's association with him. And next to him is a wolf-headed warrior, perhaps the Ulf Hefnar that we are so familiar with from the later texts. And then we see the importance of the spear even more so in the Sutton Hoo examples. Again, it's really interesting to note that these don't seem to be, in this case, a practical representation of warfare. These guys are holding two spears, and I don't know if you ever fought with a spear. I certainly haven't, but I imagine that fighting with two spears in one hand wouldn't be very practical. We combine this with the kind of animated posing of their legs and what seem to be headdresses projecting these terminals. Perhaps it's indicative of a performative, association with Odin rather than a practical one. But again, the warrior elite seems to be very closely linked to Odin, or in the Anglo-Saxon context, Woden. Worth moving on then, after we've identified some important kind of iconographical representations, to the idea of the king's covenant within Anglo-Saxon sacral kingship. So we can see this as a kind of an ancient, enduring idea of the covenant between God or gods and the king and his peoples. Again, using extrapolation, we can kind of view this in multiple contexts, not just Germanic, and it's kind of characterized by the contractual nature of kingship and the responsibility that came with this. So again, jumping to a non-Germanic context, we see it in perhaps represented in the Irish bog burial bodies. Again, subject to much debate, so take this with a pinch of salt. And this is purely conjecture on my part, but and other scholars indeed as well. The Irish bog burial bodies, or bog deposition bodies, represent something really interesting. So they are, with a host of other injuries, bifurcated at the waist. So often the torsos survive, and their nipples seem to be mutilated. This has been taken, if we corroborate this with the later literary evidence, with king's nipples being a symbol of their sacral kingship. This mutilation seems to be indicative of like a desacralization there. And again, this is kind of linking. Perhaps you could argue that desacralizing their body was perhaps it showed they had not fulfilled their part of the bargain to provide prosperity for their people in this contractual kind of relationship. Sean Tickle, in his assessment of Anglo-Saxon sacral kingship, went further than this to emphasize his view of the Anglo-Saxon understanding of a king as a deity on earth, and we see this reflected in later genealogies in which the kings are referred to, even Christian kings are referred to as being descended from Woden. So there are some key concepts in Tickle's analysis, although he is a very florid use of language concerning the idea of responsibility and prosperity. Perhaps then we can view some of these profane aspects of Anglo-Saxon society in the context of sacral kingship. So the idea of gift giving, for example, is of course a staple of the classical view of early Anglo-Saxon kingship. Idea centered around the ideas of myth and the mead hall, as Morland refers to when he's critiquing 1920s Mosesian ideas of gift giving. The artistic representation of this, seen in recent finds such as the sculptured Abractia, perhaps kind of corroborate this view. This is the sculptured Abractia. For context, is one of only 6 Abractias found from early Anglo-Saxon England, and you can see it kind of depicts someone who we could interpret as being a king raising the horn to his mouth in a drinking motion. It seems to be indicative of gift giving and kingly gift giving as a defined social practice. But what if we view gift giving, and particularly kingly gift giving, in the context of this enduring idea of sacral kingship, that instead of just a profane activity, as Charlotte Burr describes it in her analysis of the Scalfa Bractia, it's maybe something that has perhaps lost its sacral potency, but is still indicative of the king's relationship with his people, the idea that he should be generous to his people and provide prosperity for them. And we see this ability to affect the prosperity of his people manifest in later Anglo-Saxon examples as well, post-Christianization. Again, here we see, we should address shortly, maybe if I have time at the end, I'll address the origin of bracteates in themselves as gifts, reflecting important ideas of Romanitas, not just pre-Christian Germanic ideas of kingship. And there above is the Undly Bracteate, and right is the Scalfa Bracteate again. This is a really interesting example of perhaps where we see the survival of the ability to affect the king's ability to affect the prosperity of his people manifest in this kind of small material way. So Ethelred the Unready's Agnus Dei coinage might be indicative of this. Ethelred, amidst the terrors of Scandinavian raiding and invading, issued a call to the English to fast, to do penance, to give alms, and to pray for deliverance. So in this coinage, really interestingly, the Agnus Dei coinage, the Lamb of God coinage, we see symbols of holiness and piety and Christian purity reflected here, which is really interesting in the context of late Anglo-Saxon coinage. It's not something we see a lot, and perhaps is, as I say, indicative of a practical power to affect the safety and the prosperity of your people in this way. So if I have time, I'll cover a few more examples of early Anglo-Saxon kingship and their connection with sacral, the sacral aspect. So an interesting example of the battle between Hawke's iconographic approach and Bernard Sahlins' aesthetic approach that is still prominent is in the Sun Who whetstone. And perhaps here what you can see here is a convergence of the gods. So Woden or Odin's soul link to kingship is perhaps challenged in the fact that we have the Sun Who whetstone comprised of, as I say, as the title suggests, whetstone, which has kind of links perhaps to the emergence of a far older idea representing the god Thunor. So at this time we see the emergence of the hammer symbol again in early Anglo-Saxon society, which seems to be based, the scholarly opinion seems to depict this as being based in Neolithic representations of the importance of stone battle axes. And so the Sun Who whetstone scepter being composed of this very impractical material, the whetstone, perhaps may have a symbolic importance. Of course, in the later Icelandic sagas, we see the symbolic importance again of throwing whetstones, and it shows the survival of this idea of the symbolism of a whetstone. But then we can contrast this with, again, the representation of Woden or Odin in Anglo-Saxon sacral kingship, the asymmetry of the 8 faces depicted on the whetstone, in the deliberate striking out of the left eye on one of the faces. And it's definitely deliberate because whetstone is such a hard material to work with. Perhaps shows the kingly association with Odin. And again, this is really interesting then. Why is Gunnar being perhaps venerated from a sacral kingly perspective on the same level perhaps as Odin? Well, we have later examples. Alan of Brem's account of the Temple at Uppsala refers to the central position of Thor as the mightiest god. Perhaps indicates the sort of regional variation in practice, which might result in representations of Thor and Gunnar and Woden converging in one object, confusing the idea of hierarchy here too. Again, we have to take that with a pinch of salt, but it's perhaps interesting. I'll skip over the importance of sacrifice just for brevity, but again, for someone who axe hammer or pole axe is indeed a really important example of where we can see clearly that sacrifice is a central aspect of sacral kingship. Dobat's 2006 paper is fantastic and really important for this. And these are some late antique examples of pole axes, which show that the idea of sacrifice in a kingly context is a far older idea, and it's continued on here. So some final thoughts. So social custom and ritual in the context of the King's Covenant seems to be, in my view, something which has survived. So gifting, perhaps we should view it as an aspect of sacral kingship, which maybe lost its potency or validity in that religious idea, but is definitely something, in my view, which has its roots there. And a persistence through conversion we can see with Ethelred's coinage. And finally, for brevity again, we see a fairly high degree of regional variation in belief, or at least expression of this. So thank you, guys.
Thank you very much. That was really, really good. Really interesting stuff. Great comparisons. Unfortunately, we have to move on pretty quickly. Could I get maybe one question? And I see, Max, you were immediately in there with the hand up. So if you want to quickly give us a question, and then obviously I'm sure that Xander is open to questions over pints later on, and then we'll move on to Alexander. But please, Max.
I was wondering if the Irish bog bodies with the mutilated nipples could be interpreted in relation to like decommissioned weapons when they kill the weapon.
Yeah, I have to admit it's not my area of expertise, but as I was using it more of a point as a point of anthropological comparison, but definitely the idea of decommissioned weapons has a similar idea that sacral element seems to be really important there. And I'd say, at least on a base level, you can compare the throwing away into areas into like this environment where they clearly knew these would be lost. It's a similar kind of idea perhaps of decommissioning.
Excellent. Thank you so much. It was really good. Well, we'll quickly transition the slides, and then next up we have Alexander, who's coming to give us his talk. So just no worries. This is the one.
No, that's not the one.
Oh,
it's the wrong one.
No worries.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Are you inside Tom's email or?
Yes, it should be. Give me 1 second. Here it says. Is it this first one?
Yes, it's that one.
No worries. Good thing we checked before you started, and we're like, oh wait, this is missing. Okay, let's
It's
see.
really cool to see it happened in like a presentation.
Yeah.
It was the really old version of the slides with all
Yeah.
the spelling.
All the questions are, yeah, I have.
You have in like caps reference needed.
Yeah.
Yeah, please. Okay. Is this the good one? This looks like it's-
Yeah, that should be the one. Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hey, good stuff. I'll give you a very quick introduction and I'll let you go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, everyone. So the next speaker is this handsome gentleman stood next to me, Alexander Albo from the University of Uppsala, and I won't take up any more of your time. Mysteries in Blood? Question mark. Floor is yours.
Thank you. All right. Yeah. So there is an academic question mark there to make it more tentative, as it said, a tentative comparison. And as we know, you use that word when you try to make radical hypotheses that might at some point be unsubstantiated. So let's. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I'm a bit cold. Sorry. Okay. So the main question then, does everyone hear me, by the way? I'm there as well.
I believe so.
Okay.
Chat, do you hear Alexander?
Yeah, okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, so the question is there any kind of commonality here between Norse human sacrifice and the ancient Greek mystery cult? And the question was almost once revealed to me in a dream. And then a few obvious pointers kind of came here. Like, okay, so both areas, they're obviously kind of in the liminal state between sacred and profane. They change ontologies. Well, they transgress boundaries, really saying the same thing. They're ritualized and communal, and they occur periodically. Now, I'm sure many in this room Tom, for example, might object to the use of some of these concepts. And about that, I will make a few assumptions, simply because it's not possible for me to ask my questions without making those assumptions. And I think, why don't you bring out the guillotine in the question session afterwards? Kill all of those assumptions. A final little disclosure. This isn't my field. I'm an ancient historian of the classicist. My bachelor's thesis on the expansion of the Roman Republic, so it's not really religion. And with regards to pre-Christian North Germanic religions, I'm really, compared with you guys, just a dude. Okay. Still, given all that, this is what I'm going to speak about. This is the structure of the presentation. First, I'll begin comparing the two. Make an overview first of Dionysus, then of Odin, and then I'll introduce 3.5 interpretations, and then perhaps try to sew it all together, see what it means. First off, Dionysus, who is he? He's the ancient Greek god of, often thought to be related to winemaking, fertility, festivity, insanity, ritual madness, religious ecstasy, and theatre. The Greeks had the epithet Dionysos Eleutheros, Dionysus the liberator, the guy who set people free from boundaries. His background, however, is unknown. He's often introduced as a foreigner. There was a kind of theory that he was a borrowed god from the southern Mediterranean, but now people seem to believe that that's probably not the case. There's been a few Mycenaean texts in Linear B where they found that people worshipped Dionysus back in the 1500s BC already. So it might be Indo-European, perhaps. No one really knows. The etymology is also unclear. However, as you can see from the Dionyso thing over there, it might be related. There might be a cognate between Dionysus and Zeus, perhaps, or Dionysus, the genitive of Dios, and the Dios Peter, with the people who know Indo-European sky fathers, that you're not supposed to, but maybe there might be a connection. Maybe. He's connected to the Eleusinian mysteries. The Greeks thought he was born in Thrace, if you take a kind of esoteric mythical approach. He traveled a lot. He was viewed as the god that comes, the god that wanders almost. So to introduce him, I thought that I'd read the extract from Euripides, the Bacchae, the Bacchante, the women that worship Dionysus. It's a Greek tragedy. Tiresias was a seer. He talks to the king, and this new divinity you are laughing to scorn. I cannot fully express how great he will be in Greece. Yes, it seems like a solid introduction. The Greeks loved him. Then a lot of other things happened. Turns out Tiresias was right, and then Dionysus is captured, or Bromios is captured. It's this blonde, pretty boy from Lydia is captured. And then we have a situation because the king doesn't like him. All the women of Thebes are out in the mountains. They're gone doing crazy things. The entire city is, things aren't working. It's not supposed to be this way. You can't run a city this way. So this is Dionysus and Penteps, the king, talking in prison. Penteps asks, who initiated you? Dionysus himself initiated you. What? Is there some Zeus over there in Lydia who fathers new gods? No. Yeah, and then these rites, then, what are they about? What is the rites that what are they about? They may not be told in the uninitiated. But those who perform them, what kind of benefit do they are not allowed to hear? So the rites are well worth hearing. Well, the king is frustrated by this kind of behavior. He's not used to being negged in this way. Yes. And it's practiced by night, as you can see. And he has no clear visage. He doesn't look in a particular way. Dionysus, he looked as he wished to look. Bromios, Dionysus had no say in the matter. They fight. They become a bit angry. Penteps cuts off a lock of Dionysus' hair. Dionysus is incredibly offended. And then, yes, Dionysus, when being told that he's going to be brought to prison, tells the king, you do not know what your life is, or what you are doing, or who you are. Isn't that strong? That's a very, very strong insult. And why then Dionysus keeps speaking in this way? Why do gods speak like this? Why are gods always like this? I'm ready to go. I shall not suffer anything. I'm not meant to suffer. But Dionysus, will punish you for this high-handedness. He's referring to himself in the third person. Dionysus, who you claim does not exist, you wrongly, but it is him you're leaving off to prison. So Dionysus is talking about himself in the third person and seems to be having a kind of schizophrenic episode almost. And this is the end. Let's spoil the drama for you. This is how it ends. Penteps, the king, by the women of Thebes, worshipping Dionysus. Goes. And so to wrap up, Dionysus was a most peaceful god who did, however, like to make you dance until you dropped occasionally. And Euripides, of course, the Bacchae that we just read a bit from, it was dedicated to Dionysus. Well, all Athenian tragedies were dedicated to Dionysus. And Dionysus was also related to the Eleusinian mysteries. Because the mysteries in Athens were one of the few things which you were not allowed to criticize. They had quite liberal attitude to religion. But if you profane the mysteries, you could lose your Athenian citizenship, and you could even be sentenced to death in some time period. There is a kind of officially those mysteries were dedicated to Demeter, the god of fertility and so on. But they seem to be dedicated to Dionysus as well. They talk about Iacchus, which especially sounds a lot like Bacchus, right? maybe my not just my idea. The one popular idea is that, well, it was officially Demeter, but really the mysteries were all about Dionysus. Really, on the inside, the esoteric part of it. So to get back to things that you guys might know more about, Odin. Who is Odin? He's the sky god, was related to wisdom, war, and courage. And if we're going to assume some kind of common Indo-European commonality between the Greek and the Norse gods, then Odin and Zeus do not exactly overlap. No, not really. I mean, Thor has a lot of elements from Zeus and from Jupiter. Odin has borrowed from Apollo, from Hermes, from Ares. In Greek mythology, you had like the war was Athena was about strategy and so on, and Ares was about courage and the actual fighting. Odin seems to be related to those groups. And indeed, also perhaps I would make the case to Dionysus. Odin was a wanderer, sometimes called the wandering god, I've heard. The Romans associated him perhaps out of lack of knowledge, or perhaps, well, I'm unsure, but they associated him with Mercury, which is Hermes, the god that transgresses boundaries. And Odin was as far as I know, the Norse god that received human sacrifice. So about human sacrifice, yes, but I mean, you guys have been so positive towards this. I kind of thought it would be contentious, but okay. Did the Norse indeed practice human sacrifice? Well, I'm not an expert. I study Greek things and Roman things. But yes, I will argue that the question seems overdetermined based on Klas Edholm. He has a good publication from 2016 where he just makes the case that it seems much more likely that they did. And you have to really diss a lot of literary sources and a lot of archaeological evidence even to make the case that that human sacrifice wasn't a thing. Of course, human sacrifice doesn't mean like it's probably not like what the Carthaginians did to the right here. Often prisoners of war, first, although that wasn't Norse, but okay. Then you have, of course, Gamla Uppsala there, to the left, where funny things happened. Let's keep this in mind for a while we take a look at Haustlång, the passage, quick passage from there, which the passage about Odin hanging himself. What thing? Odin hangs himself. Here I said, I know that I hung the wind back in tree 9 long nights pierced by a spear, given to Odin, myself to myself, on a tree whose roots grow in a place. You know how to carve, you know how to interpret, do you know how to stain, do you know how to test out, do you know how to ask, do you know how to sacrifice, do you know how to dispatch, do you know how to fulfill. Better not to pray than to sacrifice too much. Yes. It's very poetic and very mysterious, and asks, no, let's stay there for a while. It opens a few questions, right? Like, what's really happening? Why would a god, from a Christian perspective, it's strange to see that a god would sacrifice. What's going on? Like, let's say that. Well, what's going on indeed? A few more examples about Norse human sacrifice. The way in which Odin sacrifices himself is recurring, from what I've understood, in the finds of Norse human sacrifice that we've actually found. It's often, hanging, especially from trees, is common. Spears and spear marks or daggers, as you brought up in your presentation, seems to be common. Common. What other examples do we have? Well, Adam Bremen talks about 72 corpses hanging from trees in Uppsala. We have people talking about the Rus. It's mentioned human sacrifice, it's mentioned in sagas. We have Tacitus, who, of course, talks about how the entire Varus Roman legion was led into a marsh, I think, and where they were just left to a few of the officers were treated differently, but they were just left to die, and the corpses just were swallowed by the ground. Then there is the numerological aspect, which sounds, like you're Nostradamus when you talk about it. But it's really strange because it's a bit creepy. The Pythia, the Apollo, in Delphi, the oracle. Originally there was just one, but then there were three, and then the three Pythias answered questions 3 times a year. So there were like 9 basically. And then you have the Odin example here, 3 nights, 3, 9, it's 3s and 9s always, recurring. I don't know. Maybe it's doesn't mean anything. Maybe I'm, the human mind is overdetermined to see patterns everywhere. I don't know. About 3. We now have 3 interpretations. I've introduced a lot of open questions, a lot of really, let's ask, what does it mean? Does any of this? Okay. Does it all mean anything? Is it? What does it say? And to answer that, I think perhaps we should begin to ask what is sacrifice. I mean, one definition that I saw Claes Edholm use. Mouse. Yeah, establishing a means of communication between the sacred and the profane by way of a victim that's then destroyed. Then there's another definition by a French literary theorist that I'm going to introduce in the next slide. And that sacrifice is just about making things sacred. That's what it's about. Sacred is it's really that simple. And of course, this is related to what is religion? Or what is religion? I don't know. Does religion? Can we even talk about religion as a concept? We'll see. Maybe we can. Maybe we can't. About that, this guy René Girard, he was a French literary theorist and a philosopher, I suppose, and an aspiring evolutionary biologist, despite not having a natural science background. He had this theory, which I find interesting, that human societies came up with religion sometime in the Neolithic, probably Paleolithic, when we got more egalitarian social societies, right? Less structure around a single male who dominated everything. Because these societies were more egalitarian, you had a problem with increased conflicts. Because when everyone, behaves the same, everyone, what happens when people want the same thing? How do you regulate that conflict? It's not entirely obvious. And then the kind of conflict that arises from that, he calls a mimetic conflict. That people try to, they imitate each other, and their problems arise from that. Well, that's where the scapegoat mechanism comes in. And according to him, it's simply a fact that human beings evolved to do human sacrifice. And that's really the core of religion. Religion is human sacrifice. And it functions as a kind of social stabilize mechanism that you mostly arbitrarily, you select someone from the group, that someone, dies, and then you have stability. And perhaps that person is commemorated afterwards as almost hero or something. But that the mechanism is almost, it's not that conscious. Does this fit? Well, I mean, you could say that human sacrifices to Odin, maybe he sacrifices himself because he wants people to know that you should sacrifice one of your own. I'm a god, I sacrifice you people, you have to sacrifice yourself. About Dionysus, does it fit the Greek mystery cults? Well, I mean, not obviously, but we have a lot of archaeological finds that seem to indicate that the Greeks, they took a lot of mushrooms and they took a lot of hallucinogens when they, sacrificed to Dionysus. And, if we abstract it a little bit, like, what is it that you're destroying? What ontology is being destroyed? Like, it's one thing you can destroy a person by killing that person. And you can destroy perhaps your own mind, at least temporarily, by taking hallucinogen, especially if you have a non-linear interpretation of time, right? You think that either everything is cyclical or as wasn't one of the old Stoics who said that, you know, everything is a point in time. There is nothing else but points in time. And the moment is, you know, just as eternal as the thing that, or the kind of progression of time. So from that perspective, maybe it does fit. However, the Greek mystery cults and the human sacrifice to Odin is not arbitrary, right? And therefore we have a bit of a problem. It's an interesting theory, but I don't know. Okay. Then we have this. This is, I'm not really sure what to say about this, except that it seems to be a kind of loop, right? It seems that something is something is recurring. He sacrifices himself, he kills himself, and then people, they imitate that. It happens again and again and again, and it's the same with the Greek. Yeah, but why does it happen though? I mean, maybe that's a bad question. I don't know. Maybe it isn't. I think we'll get to that. Here are two modern interpretations that I found very interesting. One thing, we'll begin with one on the right, I think. In Religion, Brain and Behavior, Uffe and Josef Bulbugla, the guys who founded that paper in 2011, I think, they had this idea that, well, if you take a concept that, you take an idea that is paradoxical or that is intentional with itself, and for example, a god killing himself over and over again seems to be intentional with itself. You know, that's a kind of paradoxical idea. Similarly, yeah, exactly. And it's this incoherence, or it's this, it's the fact that it doesn't make sense. It's the fact that it seems absurd that Dionysus, you know, he has no form, and that Odin is just, he kills himself, and he kills himself to get knowledge of the runes also. Isn't that fun? This is the point, and it's a mnemonic technique. It makes, I mean, we people are better at remembering information that doesn't fit our preconceived biases because we have to. And so in that sense, remembering these things might take up mental space for people, you know, where they would otherwise fill with other ideas. And there was another finding, a very interesting finding, which they made. They referenced a bunch of other scholars. I don't remember their names, but it's in there. And that trust in religious authorities, it produces a kind of sensation. They had them put patients in an MRI, right? And they measure their brains and look for neuroactivity. It produces a similar sentiment that you see in hypnosis. And especially when you do this to people that have what they call an epistemic crisis. These people have a kind of, a problem feeling that the world just doesn't make sense. It's not logical. When you listen to a charismatic religious authority about this, this becomes less of a problem for you. Yes, it's soothing. That's a possibility. Can this theory maybe be applied to Dionysus? Is it soothing to know that Odin killed himself, or that Dionysus does strange things which you can't really understand? Unsure. It doesn't seem convincing to me, but maybe, I don't know. Then we have on the left here, the final theorist I'm going to bring out before we have maybe time for questions. Kimberly Christian Patrick. He has a very fascinating book called Religion. Yeah, you can see what it's called. And he introduces this concept of divine reflexivity, that there's something bound up with, you know, the concept of divinity, the concept of religion that is reflexive, that is like self-referential. And this is really the entire point, that religion fills a kind of ontological gap in human society, where you just, you know, it's a recognition of the fact that there are things we just don't understand. And it's supposed to symbolically remind people. Maybe that's the point. I don't know. At least I personally like that interpretation. And there is kind of Dionysus tomb. He was often thought of having a tomb in Delphi. those Odin Hagen. Yes, I'm not sure if you got any wiser from this. This was a well, it was an exploration. Let's say. But,
wiser, but many questions have been added to my head. I don't think I'm smart enough to answer any of them, but to ponder them is more than fun. I think we should definitely discuss it further in UiO, whether the beer will make us any wiser.
to make the discussion more fun.
Exactly. That's the point. We have now scheduled a 15-minute break. However, we didn't have time for questions for Xander, and with the schedule we have about, we have 5 minutes for questions with you. So I would say if anyone needs to use the bathroom, wants to fill water, they can do so. But if anyone had questions for either Xander or Alexander, then now is the time.
I'd like to see how your various both Odin and Dionysus as being parallels of one another, because you mentioned the ecstatic elements of Dionysus. Well, you actually find lots of the static elements associated with Odin, with the concept of
yeah.
So they very much form similar roles of being gods around which you have religious ecstasy and this sensibility associated with it. Do you think this could further your idea of the role that these gods play, if you can link the two according to the concept of ecstasy?
Could I ask you to repeat the question?
Okay.
Yeah.
About ecstasy and Odin being connected to berserkers as well, also having aspects of ecstasy that were kind of left untouched in the presentation. Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think I'm unsure as to how. I don't have the causality isn't in my head, but yeah, it seems definitely worth exploring. Yes, yes, I had, yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why I finished with the tomb. But yeah, yes, precisely. Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Talk about Dionysus and him talking of his knowledge, this incredible knowledge that we know nothing of. It's similar to Odin, I think, in Havamal, where in the beginning of the poem, in the stanza, it's if you want to ask about the runes and if you want to know about all this stuff, then you should really just keep silent. This is scary stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And then you later have his hanging on the tree or his initiation. And then we're sort of exposed to some of the knowledge he gets, which is not only the knowledge of runes, but how to sacrifice.
Yeah.
Which is one of the things as well. So I think that's an interesting parallel, the initiation and the knowledge of both these gods.
Yeah. That's the initiation aspect is a very interesting parallel. And it's definitely out there. I mean, you could be punished by death in Athens, I think, if you spoke. Yeah, exactly. If you even spoke about what's in the mysteries. Yeah. Maybe that's related to the kind of. I mean, if we this is going to become a more like philosophical point, maybe. But if we suppose that there are absolute limits to human knowledge, of somehow our brains are small monkey brains, and we can't possibly comprehend the universe. Maybe the initiation thing is a way to limit the damage socially, or maybe it's a way to. Yeah, I don't know. It's worth thinking about. I get a lot of associations, but they're very poorly thought out. Yeah. Well, see, this is the entire This is a very good question because it touches. I mean, the presuppositions of that question are in some ways incompatible with the theoretical framework that I used here, which doesn't make it wrong necessarily. That's the thing. I mean, what you're saying is, I mean, the Latin term like do it des, right? Like you do to that or I do that you will do to me. It's kind of the dominant idea about how human beings at least relate to the gods. But you have a question, or a question kind of arises where why would the gods think like that, or why would, because you say that he does it to get access to, yes, but what about sacred time? Does time work that way for gods? I mean, he's everywhere all at once, right? Like, does that even compute? Kind of. It could be like that if you make your interpretation that way. You could maybe symbolically interpret it as saying that there is, I don't know, maybe a tension between language as the expression of human knowledge and life. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe. It's an interesting question.
Are there any more questions for either Alexander? If I could ask you, Xander, because I thought it was very interesting. This is the problem with having two very interesting PowerPoints. Like my monkey brain to bring that up is only big enough to focus on one. But if I cast my mind back, have you made in your study, because I know it's part of your wider dissertation that you're working on, have you looked across at Scandinavian material frequently when comparing it to Anglo-Saxon kingship and sacral kingship, and do you find similar things between the two?
It's that Scandinavian versus the Anglo-Saxon, like pervasive through my study. Is that what you mean? Like,
yeah, pretty much.
So yeah, I suppose as I kind of made I'd like to elaborate on the later parts of my study, but yes, the comparison between medieval Swedish iconography and early Anglo-Saxon iconography, as particularly again with the idea of the scalped Abract, it's pretty important. Yeah, comparing the Scandinavian material iconographically and the early Anglo-Saxon material, but also like from a literary perspective, the idea of the king's luck. Cheney describes in his study, as it was in the 80s, he described the idea of the king's luck in relation to the idea of prosperity that's a commonality between Scandinavian and Anglo-Saxon, and in the Christian period, ideas of luck around prosperity. So yeah.
Thanks. Right, thanks very much, Alexander. I think we're set to resume at 1:45. So yeah. Oh. We're gonna take 10 over here, and then we're gonna resume at 4:45 Norwegian time. So that's in exactly 10 minutes. We'll resume. We have 3 more talks today. The first one will be about blurring the lines between human and animal in the sagas. The second one will be about a mythic episode on whether it contains a description of sacrifice in Haustlång. And the third one will be by yours truly about an old Frisian, and that is uncapitalized old law text, and whether that contains an element of a cosmogonic myth. It's pretty brutal stuff, but I hope people will stick around for that. So yeah, we kick off in 10 minutes once again. So don't go anywhere.
microphone, it picks up like what's kind of like here. So if you vaguely look this direction, that would be awesome.
Yeah, that's fine. I probably won't move.
If you stray far too far, I'll call you back, but I don't think it's gonna be a problem. So when you back. I'll stick with you. Get rid of the chair, actually. I should have done that earlier, but the chair's kind of just in the way.
My brain is spent.
Yeah, that's me done. Okay. No questions. Everyone's back as well.
Yeah, which one is the
It's just just the arrows should work. If anything goes wrong, I'll wrangle it. Okay. There's a delay in chat coming through. Okay. All right. Let me self out of view. It's PhD first year in Nottingham, and your focus is on what you're presenting on as well. Cool. Just before I introduce you, Rob. All right. Sick. Then microphone's on. That's there. Yeah, I think we can begin. All right, everyone. If I could have your attention, please. We are ready to crack on once again. So our next speaker, how it's going to run from here is we have 3 more speakers, no more breaks, but at the end, be a trip. So it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. But before that, we have some amazing speakers. And the first of which is, should I go full Italian or not full Italian?
If you want to, go for it.
Okay. Francesca Squitieri, also known as Francesca, who is a first-year PhD student at the University of Nottingham. And she is going to take us through some beastly transformations, human into animal, animal into human. It's going to get crazy. So please take us into Fornaldarsögur.
Right. Okay. Well, thank you very much for hearing me out, guys. This is my talk today. This is just kind of a snippet of the things that I've started to look into for my PhD thesis. So the beast within us, blurring the line between animal and human in the Fornaldarsögur. Predominantly going to be focusing on Völsunga Saga, a little bit of Ragnar Saga, a bit of Rolf Krake in there as well, but just mainly anything that's not spoken about has probably just been lost to the cutting room when I've had to cut down. But okay, so the mundane presence of animals in medieval society is undeniable. Besides herds of livestock were an array of other animals who were feared, hunted, tolerated, and welcomed both within and without the household. However, especially from the 13th century onwards, Plascowski convincingly argues that a strict perception of environmental hierarchy was established and disseminated by members of the clergy. This perspective was embedded in the idea of a divinely ordained human dominion over the natural world, outlined in the first book of the Bible and reiterated through a proliferation of exemplars. This hierarchy was crucial to maintaining the social order, and any violation of this threatened the integral power structures of feudal society. Plascowski goes on to elaborate that one of the most powerful expressions of monstrosity emerged in the 12th century church decoration, representations of animals, real or composite, consuming people. This reversal of the normative food chain awaits sinners in hell, itself conceptualized in an immense bestial mouth. In this respect, eating and what was eaten was one of the most important expressions of the cosmic order. Naturally, eating was an ubiquitous part of life, but its presence in the Fornaldarsögur as instances of human-animal transformation demonstrates the literary manifestation of this fundamental process. Anxieties concerning the insecurity of this order were represented in part through monstrosity, the disturbance of the boundaries which separated humans from animals. The internalization of animal forms in Völsunga Saga represents the various nuances of the anxiety that this inspired in the contextual period. While the internalization of wolfish violence could be invigorating, it was also volatile and represented a betrayal of the anthropocentric hunting order which put humans at its apex. Meanwhile, the internalization of serpentine forms could signify a potent avarice which overrode the most sacred bonds of kinship. Wolves and serpents were not inherently treacherous or avaricious, but they came to represent these traits because humanity displaced these emotions from the human realm, which was supposed to be ordered, onto the animal world, which was natural and unruly. Ultimately, the vilification of animalism in medieval literature ironically represented contextual anxieties of our own weakness and shortcomings as humans, rather than revealing intrinsic villainies of nature. Okay. Volsunga Saga is renowned for its depiction of wolves, which are often synonymous with betrayal. This is seen in the few examples here, when Brunhild warns Sigurd that Ulfum I Ungum Sini, Gudrun later dreams of the wolf cub being given to her, spat in the blood of her brothers, and the wives of Gunnar and Hogni both warn them as well of Atli's Ulfhug, which means something like wolf thoughts or wolfish intentions. And of course, in the mythological sense, Odin is swallowed by Fenrir at Ragnarök, and the wolf's skull and Hauti swallow the sun, plunging the world into darkness. The wariness of wolf forms was shared by heathens and Christians alike. Despite the overwhelmingly negative symbolism of the wolf in Christian culture, wolf hunting was driven by other motives, in some regions because of the carnivore's disruption of elite hunting culture. The wolf, which preys on the Volsungs, not only physically harms them, but also degrades their social status by turning them into creatures of prey, thereby losing their aristocratic status and human superiority. Therefore, the wolf form illustrates how the fatal power of the wolf was not just a personal danger, but one which threatened the most integral aspects of the medieval social order. The she-wolf which kills the brothers kills them by biting them. The saga also reveals that this she-wolf is in fact Sigurd's mother. It's when Sigmund inverts this attack by enticing the wolf to lick him that he may bite her first and free himself from the stocks. But Sigmund is freed by the wolf's struggle, and he doesn't stop there. He continues to hold on until the wolf's tongue is ripped out from the root. He disarms the animalistic power of the bite, killing the wolf. This is another example of lupine transformation in the text. Once he escapes, Sigmund is essentially outlawed, which were also obviously referred to as vargs. Abrams confirms this point, saying that in Germanic culture, the lone wolf is the quintessential symbol of outlawry, of the experience of living in the wilderness beyond the boundaries of kin and custom. Sigmund descends into the animal realm by embracing the wolfish weapon of the bite, and it's only when he finally leaves the forest and reclaims his sword that he may fully return to his status as king. The fact that this situation was a penalty imposed by Sigurd for the public insult from Sigmundr suggests another example of a subversion of the perceived natural order. In his exploration of medieval animal trials, Cohen argues that these examples of humans exacting legal justice on animals were a specific cultural manifestation of a mentality that placed man above animal in the hierarchy of creation, and therefore felt obliged to stamp out any infringement on this order, such as the killing of a human being by a lower creature. Thus, Sigurd subjects the Volsung brothers to an unnatural form of justice by having a wolf execute them. Although this was not explicitly a legal case, and one which occurred in a legendary setting of the early medieval period, long before the trials which Cohen examines, it was written in a time when these trials were growing in popularity across Europe, and thus displays aspects of this hierarchy in the perception of the natural order, which popularized the trials. When Sigmund and Sinfjotli find the Ulfhammer, which means something like wolf form, wolf skins, it's translated differently by many different people, it also reveals much about how the wolf form can betray the anthropocentric order. Eventually, the companions fight because Sinfjotli broke their agreement to call for help when facing too many warriors. It's after Sigmund bites Sinfjotli that they wait for the 10th day so that they can shed the hamir and burn them. Thus, it's not the appearance of the animal and the human becoming blurred which is important to the saga, but the behaviour. When Sigmundr and Sinfjotli can plunder, they're happy to remain in the Ulfhamir. However, when they animalistically turn on each other and attack the social order by spilling familial blood, they renounce the skins and destroy them. There are few examples of men biting each other in Old Norse literature, so it's certainly unusual behaviour, and Sigmund blames it on the Ulfhamir. This biting seems symbolic of a greater element of animalization, which is commonly problematized in Old Norse heroic literature, and that's the internalization of animalism. Sigmund internalizes the animal behavior by biting Sinfjotli, which also transgresses against the medieval social conventions, strictly forbidding the harming of kinsmen. The use of the Ulfhammer had previously been positive in how they could externalize the wolf calls and enhance their plundering skills in the forest. But this is undermined when Sigmund realizes that the wolfish natures have overtaken their humanity. The previous owners of the Ulfhammer were high-status princes and had not burned the skins. They peacefully slept surrounded by gold. This implies that the dissolving of difference between human and animal forms is not always negative or perverse, but when it jeopardizes the most intrinsic aspects of the social order, then it becomes a problem. While humanity is in control, animalism is positive, but when the social order is challenged, animalism becomes a threat. This belief can be seen in the tradition of animal totemism in medieval warfare, which has been attested to by archaeological and textual sources. This kind of animalism is often valorized in historical sources or contemporary legends because it shows how human control over animal attributes furthers the ends of society. Hume explores a similar notion when analyzing monsters in Old Norse literature. Implicit in the concept of shapeshifting is the recognition that man may take on animal qualities, strength, but with it, ferocity, as happens to werebears and werewolves. On occasion, these qualities are controlled. This demonstrates how their behavior, as well as their location, have now strayed beyond the confines of social order, essentially outlawing them. This notion is confirmed by Corey and Saunders' exploration of medieval werewolves. The figure of the werewolf combines the idea of exile and violence. Thus, the saga cautions against becoming consumed by the animal form because it's symbolic not just of an inversion of the social order, but of the cosmic order itself. Because the wolf threatened, or betrayed, the anthropocentric order of society by preying upon people and consuming them, wolves become synonymous with betrayal. This demonstrates how it was a projection of human anxieties about the maintenance of an anthropocentric cosmic hierarchy onto animals such as the wolf, which synonymized them with negative cultural conceptions such as betrayal. Thus, the lupine form is ironically only an expression of our own anxieties and insecurities of powerlessness. Serpents also feature in both the Fornaldarsögur and mythological material. Although dragons are mythical, they're often referred to as orma, which can be translated as worm, snake, or dragon. Therefore, dragons can be considered animals, and in the case of Fafnir, he can be dealt with as another example of human-animal transformation. Serpents occupy an ambiguous space in Old Norse heroic literature and mythology. They are wise protectors, guarding creatures and people fiercely, but they're also the most significant signs of disorder, like in Ragnarök, when Jormungandr leaves his post encircling Midgardr. They're also violent and venomous, sometimes symbolizing eternal torment. Much like the threat of the wolf bite, the infiltration of the serpent's venom signifies a fatal connection between humanity and animalism. For example, according to Snorri, Thor's destruction is when he is sprayed by the venom of the Midgardr serpent. This symbolizes the destruction of the social order by killing the protector of gods and men. It also represents the disintegration of the cosmic order through the loss of the serpent protector. Only heroes like Ragnar Lothbrok and Sigurd, who can avoid the venom, ensure that their triumph over animalistic infiltration. According to Regin, after Fafnir stole the otter's ransom from his father, he turns himself into a serpent and is relegated to Nitaheather, which is much like the dragons in Ingvar Saga Vithurla, which reside on a remote island. Fafnir betrays his blood relatives because of his avarice, and in a similar fashion, the princesses became dragons in Ingvar Saga Vithurla. Both Fafnir and the princesses are driven by a single great inheritance and subsequently defy blood ties with their relatives to claim it for themselves, ultimately becoming serpents banished to the outskirts of society. Hoarding wealth is diametrically opposed to the role of the lord in warrior society, where they strengthen their power by securing the loyalty of retainers by distributing gold. I know such things have already been discussed today by some talks. When this system is inverted, a generous lord becomes a terrible dragon. Regin spends the rest of his life trying to find someone who will avenge his father by challenging Fafnir and restoring the order that had been compromised and symbolized in this serpentine form. Fafnir liminally exists as an animal through his animalistic appearance alongside his capacity for speech and profound cultural knowledge. We witness this informational exchange between Sigurður and Fafnir, which shows his cultural knowledge and his emotional awareness. He advises Sigurður not to take the hoard and to ride away instead, warning him of its potentially cursed nature. This implies that Fafnir sees himself as remaining within the medieval cultural norms of vengeance. Fafnir sees his life as worthy of revenge and of a value more human than just animal. Fafnir boasts of his superiority over others as well. His fear of lack of weapons and warriors sounds like a retainer bragging of their exploits to their lord. Yet here it's Fafnir who seems to be the superlative martial force. This prowess resembles the exceptional abilities of Sigmundur and Sinfjötli when they are in the Ulfhamir, and suggests that the animal form can bring great strength and martial success. However, they're all social exiles in one way or another, and live in isolation. Fafnir cannot relinquish the gold which engenders this animal form, and so he remains in it until his death. The serpent form is a punishment for Fafnir's transgression of the most integral social boundaries concerning the killing of kin. Although Fafnir apparently had control over this serpentine form, his spraying of venom suggests that his inner humanity is poisoned or corrupted. Therefore, the blurring of the human and the serpent here represents a punishment for the corruption of a person's humanity and the ties of blood and loyalty which establish our place in society. Besides Fafnir himself, the effects of consuming elements of his corpse also reveal significant aspects of the internalization of animalism. Sigurður inadvertently consumes some of Fafnir's heartblood and understands the speech of birds, becoming convinced to kill Regin and take the treasure for himself. There's no overt reference in the saga that Regin attempts to kill Sigurður before Sigurður kills Regin. There's an interesting blend of logic and selfishness in Sigurður's motivations. Firstly, Regin is Sigurður's foster father, which makes murdering him a violation of kinship. Secondly, Sigurður is clearly motivated by the desire to claim the treasure for himself alone. Thirdly, Sigurður takes advantage of the fact that the threat of violence and vengeance from a family member is neutralized when a person has no remaining family. Finally, Sigurður perhaps fears Regin's retribution for killing his brother, because Regin repeats twice, "Bróðir minn hefur þú drepið, og varla má ek þessa verk saklas vera." This implies that, despite his own swearing of Sigurður to kill Fafnir, Regin still feels a familial responsibility to avenge his brother. The repetition of the half conciliatory and half accusatory phrase, which perhaps represents a mental struggle within Regin as he negotiates where his loyalties ought to lie. Furthermore, this psychological conflict is experienced by Sigurður, where his own argument for whether to kill Regin is voiced in the birds. This makes Sigurður more ruthless because it settles his decision to kill Regin, but it also seems to be the practical solution. Sigurður's human consciousness becomes externalized in the animal realm after his consumption of the serpent's heartblood. It's not Sigurður alone who becomes wiser from consuming the heart of Fafnir. He puts some blood aside, some of the heart aside, and there's no reference to Gudrun understanding the speech of birds, but it still suggests that Gudrun gained a more profound knowledge after he gives her some later on in the saga. This suggests that the internalization of animalism brings a psychological power of wisdom, which is enhanced by an alignment and externalization with the natural world. Thus, the demonization of animalism in the Fornaldarsögur ironically represents contextual anxieties of human cruelty and avarice more than it revealed intrinsic villainies of nature. Thus, the anthropocentric order was built by our displacement of human weakness onto the animal world, which we believed to have a right to rule over. Thank you very much for listening.
Super interesting. I need to think about that for a second before I can formulate a question, but if anyone's got one already, then please fire away.
Really good talk, by the way. I'm like really interested in the concept of the human and non-human blurring and that being like the start of it. I was just wondering, because I've heard or read some things about like the levels of animalism of like how far away it is from human. Like a snake seems really, really far from human, but like you can sort of tell that like a wolf is a person, like a bear, you're like, oh, okay, that's more human somehow. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts on like the sort of levels.
Yeah, to kind of answer the question about what, what's further from being human, what's closer to being human, if there's levels in that. It does seem like, with wolves and bears, especially bears, there seems to be a bit of a trope in the literature and the sources of, having like almost human eyes. And for example, you might be thinking of Roll Saga, where obviously Beren recognizes Björn even when he's in the bear form. It does seem like there is this perception that, serpents seem quite far from being human, and at the same time there's quite a lot of instances of human transformation into serpents, and so one thing that I've been exploring but didn't have time to talk about today is the example of sort of the serpentine form representing more of sort of a concept of human consciousness and thought rather than a human form and appearance, whereas the wolf and the bear sort of represent how a human can use their form and their skill externally in warfare, and sacred images or dances, things like that. The serpent perhaps seems something more mental, like the consuming of the serpent can give you more mental acuity and also grimness, this kind of idea that it's perhaps not the nicest, it's a bit, socially unacceptable in a way with the kind of intelligence that it provides. But yes, this idea of perhaps what's more externally human versus what actually is more internally human in a way.
That's really interesting.
Yeah.
What do you think of the connotations of these animalistic forms? Do you think that maybe changed from heathen times to Christian times? Because I feel, of course, it's the berserker type or the one possessed by an animal is problematic because they're very violent and all this, but at the same time, there's great strength. And like you said with the serpent, like the serpent has its issues, but like to be wise as a serpent or to have like serpent-like eyes, these are, and also to have like the Aegis or a helmet with serpents on it. That was the kings had helmets. Elliot Scalded Portrait said the kings had like serpentine helmets. So there seems to be like positive connotations maybe earlier on in the heathen era, and then in the Christian era maybe changes. I don't know.
Yeah, so this is kind of a large part of what my thesis is going to be honing in on, is this idea of the Christian sort of indoctrination and dissemination of like a hierarchy of being. And so the more that a hierarchy of being which places animals as being sort of lesser than humans, being made for sort of human use, consumption, everything like that, from Genesis, it institutes an anxiety of animals challenging that order. And so people that accept a blurring with an animal form, whether it be sort of serpent, wolfish, or sign anything, it becomes a problem when it is positive, because it suggests that, animalism, which is a lesser being, is improving humanity. And obviously anything that's not in sort of, the sacred Christian form of God, like humans were, was obviously having to, be treated with some caution. And so I think a lot of the connotations that were imposed on animals and different forms of animalism stem from this later sort of Christian anxiety of maintaining that hierarchy to keep sort of this world order. And so it's kind of ironic that it ends up painting these stories of really disruptive animal forms and things, when really it's our own fear of letting that disrupt the sort of world order, rather than it being sort of something inherently negative.
Could I quickly ask a question from Alan Smithy, who asks, serpent, snake, dragon, or both? ?
It's a hard question to answer because often they use like the same term interchangeably. Sometimes it's the Draka, sometimes it's Orm. It seems like Orm is more common, and this idea, this depiction of it sort of like slithering out of its lair is common for like Ingvar Saga Vithurla, and in obviously Völsunga Saga as well. It's like how they kill the serpents. So it seems like with the whole, which one is which, it's potentially an idea of like they seem like big snakes basically in the way that they're described. But the trouble is with this kind of literature, there's not overly a lot of description of what things look like. And so it seems that they might have been fairly synonymous in sort of the contextual literature. And yeah, hence why I'm kind of treating them as, like animal transformation rather than being a mythological being in their own right entirely. I hope that sheds some light on that, only by saying that it's confusing.
As is the answer to so many questions when it comes to this field.
We just don't know what they meant.
Is there we have time for one or two more questions? If not, then I'm going to sneak in and actually foreshadow Peter's talk next. Because we find in a lot of mythical material that gods are also able to do this, but not only gods, we also have giants doing this. So Thiazi is a giant who becomes an eagle and he flies. And in another text, I forget which one, maybe it's the same one actually. Is it not when Odin also turns into a sparrow or another bird? And okay.
Falcon shades a couple times. Odin also turns into a snake and an eagle to get the poetry back.
Yeah.
That's the one I'm thinking of. Thanks. And Loki turns into a horse, and well, we'll not talk about what happens there. But do you think that the way that humans interact with animalism, obviously this is from no longer in the pagan period. Do you think, based on the texts, that the gods, giants, humans, do they all interact with animalism in the same way, or can you make a distinction between this is how humans do it, this is how gods do it, or is it the same kind of trope that we see?
It's interesting because I've really been focusing on reading sort of the examples in the Fornaldarsögur where things like giants and especially trolls end up interacting in sort of a more negative way with the animalism. Like it seems like they themselves become a sort of literary trope of a lesser being because of their association with animals, in even not appearing to look like specific animals, but having animalistic behaviors like living in caves and being half dressed and things, and especially eating humans. It's a really big one. And so it seems like that's whether that's sort of a Christian literary trope to kind of to put like a villain in the text through that, or whether sort of the way that the gods interact with animals is something that I'm hoping to explore more, because I do think that there's a more sort of fluid interpretation of how their forms switch between something vaguely humanoid to something animal, and whether that is the case as well in what exact forms it happens, because whether even Odin, when he's not in bird form, he still has his consciousness almost sort of depicted in the birds themselves. I think there's ways that animalism are used to display different aspects of the human experience in so many different ways. And for like another example which might be of interest is potentially the way that sort of birds of hunting like falcons seem to represent sort of ideas of like the masculine lordly hunting kind of motif, whereas sort of swans tend to be associated with women both in Islandingasaga and in the Fornaldarsögur and in legends like Reenactment. So I think that's going to definitely explore all of these different examples. Get different animals used for different aspects of even sometimes the same sort of human experience, and it's about sort of whether that's treated in a negative or a positive light. That is, sometimes it's not wholly Christian or wholly heathen, or what even are those terms anymore after the talks that we've had today.
Thank you very much for the answer. How would you like to do the science for Peter when he? I feel like if there's anyone who listened to it, you. So
Yeah, if when you're presenting, if you vaguely look in this direction, because if you look too much over there and stand too far away, they lose the audio. I will sometimes. Yeah, that would be excellent. Like pointing obviously is fine. It's more like if you keep your body like vaguely like this, so you can kind of point. It's more like you don't completely away. Introduction, and then people are getting a drink. I'll let them sit down. We may have some time. I'm looking forward to the Gordon Ramsay scenes that we're about to get.
Haven't seen it, or have you seen it?
Haven't seen it. Yeah, we can really remove it. I saw the card. Yeah, probably. Like these guys are or something like a true edge right. So yeah, it's fun.
Yeah.
It's nice for your introduction. I don't have to look at any note. All right, if I could grab everyone's attention, please, then I would like to introduce our next speaker. It is UiO's very own Petter Jensen. Jensen, not Janse, as I said, for about a year of knowing him. But Petter has come all the way from the frigid north of Tromsø. It's as far away as you can get from Oslo. And he is here now to tell us about Haustlŭng. And guys, you're in for a wild ride. That's all I'm going to tell you. This is a crazy talk. It's yeah. Anyway, no words can do it justice. But if anyone could try, it's you. Floor is yours.
Well, thank you a lot, Hilbert. I'll try to live up to those expectations. Yes, and thank you all for your time, and thank you to the previous speakers for really interesting talks, and talks that I feel have a lot to do with what I'm saying as well. I don't go too heavy into the theory here. I more look at the poem Haustlŭng. We sort of get into the nitty-gritty of how we work with our sources and how we interpret them at different layers. So we're sort of looking at how the sausages are made, let's say, of textual criticism. So you can all be happy that you have a golden ticket to the sausage factory. Yes. This is a very nice tapestry from Sweden, probably depicting Yggdrasil, I would think. You have a bird, mayhaps a chicken or an eagle, a duck. Anyway, I just want to set the scene for what might happen next. So we'll be looking at the poem Haustlŭng, and I'll ask some questions. The main one is: do we see a sacrifice in the first stanzas of this poem? This poem is a wild ride where Loki gets the short end of the stick, as he normally does. Yes, and I'm basically looking at it from two layers of analysis. First of all, there's Snorre in the 13th century, who wrote down Haustlŭng, which was composed at the end of the 9th century, we think. I'll get back to that later. And he writes in his Edda, in his Skaldskaparmál, he writes down the poems as were delivered to him, and he writes prose as well, how he understands the story. Maybe some tradition that he knows that we don't know, but in this case, I'll try to test Snorre's prose up against what we see in the poem to see if he's really making stuff up, perhaps. And also in that aspect, I'll let you consider the outlook of the medieval scribe when looking back at the heathen past. We have the famous article by Lars Landros from 61, The Noble Heathen, where he looks at the sagas and what was written during the Middle Ages of their pagan ancestors. as it relates to the gods, they looked you hammerized them. They said that they were great men, and people got a bit confused because they were so cool that they said they were gods, and they sort of push all the nasty stuff of heathenry to the side. You have stories about Harald Hårfagre in one of the Fagerskina manuscripts, where the medieval scribe basically has Harald Hårfagre saying that I no longer worship these stones and do these silly rituals. I now only worship the one God who created everything. So you have this. They're sort of paving the way for Christianity, as Tom was talking about earlier, with a teleological view of history, where, of course, Christianity will reign in the end, and all this heathen nonsense was just a phase, let's say. Yes. And then I'll ask, how does Snorre's depiction of the poem affect modern scholars? I'll be looking at the edition by Margaret Clunies-Ross in the immense Skaldic projects, which are great. Without them, I would have no chance of doing this research, so I'm very grateful to Clunies-Ross and her compatriots. But still, I think to be critical is good when we try to figure out all this religious stuff. So basically, I'm asking, is the first 6 stanzas of Haustlång a culinary conundrum or a sabotaged sacrifice? Yes, and also the heathen ontology bit. I mentioned Tom, and I'll get back to you later as well. So the basic premise we find in Snorri's Edda is this. I'm not going to read everything to you. Basically, the gods are on a hike. They didn't bring their packed lunches, so they get very hungry. So they get an ox, they kill it, and they try to cook it, but it won't work. They try cooking it in a cooking pit, and they go to look at it. It's a bit like when you're hungry, you go to look at your fridge, but nothing new has appeared. Or when you're hungry and you keep looking in the oven, but it still hasn't cooked. It's just a horrible situation. And then they discuss among themselves, what's happening here? This is really strange. And then there's this eagle talking above them, who says like, I know what's going on. If you give me my fill of the ox, I'll let it cook for you. So apparently this eagle at the top of the tree is affecting this situation somehow. And so the basic premise that Snorri gives us is that the gods are traveling, they run out of food, and he says here, I've highlighted it, they discuss among themselves why their food won't cook, which is very strange. And then the eagle starts talking to them, and they agree to give food to the eagle so that it will cook. And this food, very specifically, it's 4 pieces, 2 of the thighs and both of the shoulders of the ox. That's quite a lot of food for one eagle, really. But anyhow, that's basically how Snorre tells it. A lot of cooking, like that's the main thing. So we now leave Snorre for a little bit, and we go to our dear friend Theodolfr or Hwini, who was a Skaldic poet who was at the court of Harald Hårfagre, who I mentioned earlier, and he made his poetry during the latter half of the 9th century. He made Haustlång, we think, and he also made Ynglingatal, another banger the kids were going crazy about in the 9th century. Yes. The edition I'll be looking at is mentioned one by Margaret Clunies-Ross. So the translation and also the text in Old Norse is edited by Clunies-Ross. So this is the second helming of the first stanza. The first helming is basically just Theodolfr thanking this guy for giving him a shield where the story is depicted, and saying like, oh, I'm going to make you a nice poem. And this is the poem. So it begins with the 3 gods and the eagle Thjasti. And the situation, as it's explained by Theodolfr, it's Trygglaust Ófar. Trygglaus or Trygg, it's a word denoting security or assurances.
in the sense of another form in Trygg. You see here from Øyvind Skallespill's Hårlige Tal. This is Sigurd Jarl. He gets killed, sadly, by people who he had made assurances with. So Tys Ottung, that is the descendant of Tyr, so descendant of the gods again. He was in Trygd, so even though there were securities, even though there was assurances made, he was killed or he was sviku. He was betrayed and killed, burnt in a hole. Not very nice. Yes. So no one's hungry here. The gods aren't hungry and they aren't on a hike. And they aren't moving anywhere in this first stanza. Also a point to make, historical linguistical point. The Ovfad is emendated in this edition, because we now know through historical linguistics that in early poetry, in this sense, it's called a pleonistic particle. It's basically just a particle you put before mostly a verb. Like in German, you have a gefahren, for example. They still keep it, but it got lost sometime before this. I'm not going to get into it. But it's still sort of retained in the poetry. But it stopped being around in this form in front of the noun far, which can denote a journey, but also a situation, which is the most likely meaning behind Theodorf's use of the term here. This particle drops out during the 11th century at the latest. So during the 13th century, when Snorre is writing, the manuscript readers as well, they all write okfar and far, which doesn't really make sense. But it seems like they don't understand this of far because it's such a long time ago and their language has developed. So they try to make sense of it. Maybe Snorre was trying to make sense of this as well. And he didn't read a situation, but he read a journey, which also far can mean. So moving on to the second stanza. And now we get to the cooking bit. The most important parts here, some interesting stuff. You have Tjasti, who's in the skin of an eagle. He's as an eagle. He's in Gemlis ham gomlum. Gemlis is a word for eagle. Heim is like the skin, and gomlum is of old. So you can see the old shape of an eagle. Clunis Ross puts it, and she puts noisily flew. That is the form here is glamma, and glamma can be a noise. So noisily flew sounds like it's flapping its wings a lot, but it can also denote the cry of an animal. And this happens no short time ago. So this happens a long time ago, back in a mythical time, if you want to put it in those words. And I think it's similar. If you don't translate it to noisily, but rather crying out, then you have something very similar to Helga Kvida Hunningsbana, where you have Orvar Alda. So it was back in the olden times. That are aurar giollo, when eagles, or an eagle, is it singular? Anyhow, when an eagle cried out. So the same sort of imagery, very cinematic stuff, if I might say so myself. The gods are indeed putting something in an oven, so they are cooking. It's specifically a seidi depicted here, a very old way of cooking. Yes, not really too much interesting here. So there's cooking going on. We get to the next stanza, and here things start to go awry. So a very strange kenning, the dung reindeer for ox. That's a long story how scholars ended up with that translation. It's from Talrein, which doesn't make a lot of sense, really. So that's the dung reindeer is the best we have for that one. But anyhow, it's an ox. And it was difficult for the gods to pierce between the shanks, according to Clunis Ross. And the reason why she translated to difficult for the gods to pierce between the shanks she bases this translation on Tormidlar vastivum medalbeina. So Tor is something like tough, and midladar is middled, and it can mean it can mean to split something down the middle. The meaning that Clunis Ross went with here is found in the Sigurdarkvida hin Skamma, or the short poem about Sigurd. This is Brynhild killing herself, so pretty sad stuff, horrible context. But so what she does is that she herself midladi with the makis egium, so the edge of the sword. It's the maki is a name for a sword. So she jumps on a sword to kill herself. And this is the sense of midladi, or midlader, that Clunis Ross injects into Theodor's poem. And the reason for this, I'm going to quote it. It's referring to the god's attempt to find out by piercing the meat with a sword or other sharp instrument whether the ox was cooked or whether or not it was fucking raw, basically. So we are here very much into the cooking. Another way of interpreting midlader is to part something or to share something out, often in the context of kings sharing out their kingdoms amongst their men. This is found here down to the left. You have the Lexicon Poeticon by Finner Jonsson, to split in the middle, to share out. Swega, good old Swega. He also has to share out as the main meaning of the thing. Fritzner has the one entry from Sigurdarkvida for piercing, and 13 entries for sharing out as to the meaning of midla. So I think Clunis Ross mayhaps have been very much caught up in the prose of Snorre and this whole cooking ordeal, like they can't cook the meat. So therefore you have this very Gordon Ramsay-esque interpretation of it. I put him here. I googled Gordon Ramsay and Raven, and this was the best thing. Anyhow, I'll try to move along. It's Odin, the Haptasnytrid Hjalmfallen, the instructor of the divine powers, who is sort of leading this ordeal. So what I'm asking basically, is this a religious ceremony, a sacrifice where parting out of the sacrificial animal is at the center of the thing? And as Hilbert will talk about later, in a cosmogonic act of sacrifice, the parting of something in the creation of the cosmos is very central. So we have here then two images. We can follow Snorre and Clunis Ross in his footsteps and get like this Gordon Ramsay Odin over here, or we have the religious leader Odin with this numinous knowledge, who leads the gods in their sacrifice in trying to share out this meat, which is being hampered by Thiasti, the giant, who is ever the enemy of the gods, who is trying to access this meat from the sacrificial victim, as I put it, for some reason. Also, going back to the tree, they call it av fornum tholli, so from the old tree. So already in this really old time, there is a tree which is even older. And also the word tholli is used in Vollespa, under tholli standard. It's not very strong evidence. It's just a word for a tree. But I think it's to consider the images the Skald wants to convey. I think the use of specific words is relevant. So, and then we move on to the next point in the fourth stanza. I won't spend too much time. We have some crazy cannings here. The killing greedy swinging Ragnir of killer whales. That's a cool one. It's a bit strange, but anyhow, we have the holy trencher, or Helgum Skutli. So they share out the meat on a holy trencher, which the eagle wants to have a piece of. And he's sort of like pestering the gods, pestering Hörni, which is a strange god. It doesn't really say much. The introverted type, I think. And he's being bothered by this eagle while Odin and Loki is preparing the sacrifice somewhere over there. Seems pretty dire for honey, I think. Anyhow, Loki is sort of being bossed around by Odin. He has to blow on the fire, perhaps. Are we perhaps seeing something religious? Blosa, what does that really mean in this context? Does it mean something very mundane, like keeping the fire alive? Or as we have in Vårløspa, where Odin gives Ond to Asken Embla, do we have a religious idea connected to the breath? And could this here be expressed in the sacrifice? Because after he blows on the fire, things work out. So they get to part the meat after all. Yes. So, and also this eagle sinks down from the tree again. Let's see the words they used again. No, it's just sinking down from the tree. So you have this going from the treetop and down to the gods, which is sort of interesting. And Holtzmark looks, Clunis Ross, I'm quoting her now. She looked at this. Anna Holtzmark, she wrote about potential religious ideas of Haustlång back in 49. An interesting article. I refer to it later on. She talks about some of this. She basically says that, well, you can see it on the screen. It's the context does not support the idea of a sacrifice. And then I ask again, what is this, the context really? Is the context of Snorre the real context, or is it just the context of a medieval scribe who has the baggage that I talked about earlier? Of course, I won't crucify Snorre because he's a great historian in many respects, and we owe him absolutely everything to be able to be in this room and talk about all this stuff. But anyhow, I think there is questions to be asked about him and Clunis Ross and all of us, really. But yeah, again, we have Farnir here, which can be a travel, but it can also denote a situation. So you see Clunis Ross translates Farnir into situated. So you can understand it as when you ask someone, how did you fare during your exams? You're not asking where did they go. You were sat in a room having a horrible time probably, but they're asking about how was the circumstance or the situation there. Yes. Any more points? We have a bunch of stuff here, really. I think I've really kind of made my point. Well, there's the point of the gods giving the eagle meat, wanting to give the eagle meat. I don't know if they were too keen on sharing, really. Odin says, again, we have Odin as the leader of this whole ordeal. He says that they're going to share it out. The Thrimsalaval Deila, so to share with the Thegnum. Thegnum is the plural of Thegna, which is the man, related to the Old English thane, free man. Very much a manly type of creature. I don't know if eagles are in the category of man, but who knows these days. Anyhow, there's, yeah, they try to share out the stuff. The eagle swoops in, snatches, it eats it horribly at the roots of the tree. I also think here the imagery relating to Yggdrasil, perhaps. We have in Havamal where Odin himself is hanging on the tree and his sacrifices, Alexander mentioned. He is hanging on Aldan Maidi Armangivait Versan of Rotemren. So on that tree where no man knows where the roots go. I think the translation is. But anyhow, you have this imagery of the root of the tree again. So I think to consider the imagery is very important. Of these poems. You have some other ideas. I'm not really going to get into that. It's not that important, really. Yes, to conclude, basically, we have gone on a journey, but I think we haven't gone anywhere, really. The gods weren't moving throughout the whole of this poem. I don't think it's a journey. I don't think the gods were hungry, really. The only thing that was said to be hungry in this poem was the eagle. It was Svanger. I think it was. I don't think the gods have gone anywhere, really. And I think I think the Snorri's interpretation of the poem has greatly affected how the newest and the most authoritative edition of this poem has been interpreted in a thoroughly profane manner or non-religious manner. Sorry for using the term profane, Tom, but we have to use some dichotomy. And I think perhaps the gods weren't going anywhere. Perhaps they were under their very favorite tree. Perhaps they were at the center of everything. Perhaps making a cosmogonic sacrifice under the world tree, or the Axis Mundi for those who enjoy Elliot. Also, the eagle on top of this tree, we know from Grimness Mode, and also I think from this picture stone from Gotland in the 7th century. You have here a sacrifice going on. They're sacrificing a poor fellow, it looks like, over there. But there's a sacrifice. 3 guys, one of them's being hung, I think. It's a mess. Probably human sacrifice, but it's going on under a tree. And you find the same sort of thing in archaeology from Fröse in Sweden, from the Viking era. And you also find Odin's sacrifice happening on Yggdrasil. So yeah, that's basically what I think. I think the gods haven't gone anywhere. They're doing a sacrifice under Yggdrasil, and Thiasti is being a horrible nuisance. Perhaps he's impersonating even the eagle that they're accustomed to seeing atop of the tree. But who knows? Those are just my thoughts. Thank you.
Oh, that was brilliant, Gordon. Oh, sorry. Really, really interesting. We have time for a couple of questions. So if there are any questions, Francesca, go right ahead.
Wow. They like trick it. There's they have to lead an ox there as well to be eaten by the bird. And so it's quite interesting to link to what you're doing there, because it seems very similar in the religious context of involved in this whole sacrificial process.
So this is a Fornaldarsögur?
Yeah, one of the Fornaldarsögur. It's saga of Bosi and Terry-Duffield.
Huh. Yeah. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. Seems very similar, the ideas. Perhaps it was influenced even by the poem. Who knows?
Exactly. So it might add some more to your argument.
More questions?
Very interesting talk. I'm thinking about, I mean, I think it's like a picture. It's needle, but still, there's. I don't know. I'm just thinking that okay, we say they go under the tree, they make a sacrifice, they stop the world, kind of in the sacred sense that it's happening, it's always happening. I mean, the fact that it's being interrupted, is that perhaps what makes the story make it? I mean, there wouldn't be anything. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's interesting to consider. So basically the meaning of the intrusion of the eagle and what are we really looking at here? I don't know, really. I think to remind you, this is only the first half of the poem. We have another half where Loki flies off with the eagle and it steals Idun, and they have to get her back because she has the apples that keeps the gods young, which Thiasti wants to get a hand on. And if you sort of compare, if you think of the cosmogonic sacrifice as the reconstitution of the cosmos, as one thing that Thiasti wants to sort of take or disrupt, and you also have Eden, which has the apples, which rejuvenates the gods. You have them perhaps a thematic, a theme of Thiasti wanting to take that which upholds the cosmos of the gods and their very lives, which is very much in the something that an enemy of the gods would be getting up to, I think. So yeah, it's very interesting stuff. Yeah. Oh, and sources here as well. So yeah, the Anne Holtzmark I recommend. It's in Norwegian. She talks about some of this. She has a different take on things. Some things I don't agree with a lot, but yeah. Did I put it up here? Yeah, I did at the top. There we have it. Yeah. Yeah. I guess our
Speakers on.
Thank you.
So. Read between the lines.
Good job. There were so many more memes in this version.
Yeah.
This is the perfected version. Yeah, it was exceptional.
Well. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. It's after 4 p.m.
yeah.
Why is he freezing?
Why is he freezing?
Yeah.
Who's Lex and why is he freezing?
Free Lexes at the conference today. Free Lex. Well, if I may have your attention for one last time today, that would be marvelous. So I am Hilbert. I am also a student at UiO, although I fled Norway at the start of this year, and I now live in the Netherlands. I'm doing an internship at the Friese Academy with a focus on pre-Christian religion. What a surprise. Particularly looking at the Frisian coastal area. Now, today I'd like to talk about the Lex Frisionum, which is Latin for the law of the Frisians. This is a legal text that we have dating to around 800. However, the only surviving copy that we have is from 1557. It's a printed copy, not a manuscript. We don't have any manuscripts. It's a printed copy of Basilius Johannes Heroldus. Fantastic name, but unfortunately, we don't know much about the philological history behind it. Therefore, we only have one copy. We can't look at the context too well. However, what we do know by study of the text itself is that it makes up one of the leges barbarorum. These are the laws of the barbarians, not my name for them. These are laws that the Franks had issued for Germanic peoples that they had conquered. So we have one for the Frisians, we have one for the Thuringians, we have one for the Saxons, and so on. Basically, these serve as guidebooks for the Franks for newly conquered, formerly heathen areas about native legal traditions. So the area that is described in this law code is between the two rivers, the Zwin and the Weser. The Zwin is right there in Flanders and Belgium, and the Weser stretches all the way up to Germany. And this area in between is called Frisia. It's a coastal area, very flat, incorporates most of the coastal area of the modern-day Netherlands and a little bit of Germany as well. What's interesting about the Lex Frisionum is that while it records legal tradition, it was most likely never actually enforced as the law in Frisia. The reason why is because while we have a lot of references to Christian texts, to the role of the church, we also have a few pre-Christian laws that survive in this law code. And it's about one of these that I would like to talk about today. So, Alexander, you were wondering, well, you knew the answer. You said basically, yes, there was human sacrifice in the Viking Age. Slightly before the Viking Age, we definitely have human sacrifice going on in Frisia. So this is the very last title from the Lex Frisionum, and it says, Whoever shall have broken into a shrine and have taken something from what is sacred there, he should be led to the sea, and in the sand which the tide of the sea is going to cover, his ears will be cut, and he shall be castrated and sacrificed to the gods whose temples he has violated. Not exactly my idea of a nice time at the beach, but this is what we have to deal with. So this obviously has aroused a lot of interest. First of all, why do we have this very pre-Christian title, this pre-Christian law, in a law code from 800 when Frisia is already being Christianized and being ruled over by the Franks? Some people have said, well, it might be about monasteries. Not the Latin, vis is plural. It's the gods, not God singular. So this definitely does seem to be something pagan that we are dealing with. Now, this only gets odder the more that you look at it, because if you look at the other Leges Barbarorum, we do not find anything like this anywhere else. So that got me interested. Just what on earth is going on in this title? The next slide's a roller coaster, so I'm just going to warn you now. I looked through the Leges Barbarorum, which are dated to around the same period, around 800, as well as looking at later law codes from Frisia that are written in the Old Frisian language. These come in around 1200, 1300, so long time later, but they may be preserving older traditions, the signs of orality, so on and so forth. Now, what we find is that in the Leges Barbarorum, we do get castration, so being practiced among similar peoples to the Frisians of the early Middle Ages. However, that's almost always for a heinous sexual crime. A lot of the time in these legal traditions, the punishments match the crime, and so it's obvious why that is connected. Looking through the Old Frisian legal corpus, castration pretty much disappears. It's quite frowned upon within later medieval Christendom for particular crimes, and the only crime we get it associated with in later Frisian, Old Frisian tradition is with bestiality. Again, don't need to go into the specifics, quite clear why that's the case. Ear cutting, on the other hand, is not found at all in the rest of the Lex Frisionum. It is found in some of the other Leges Barbarorum, but that's most often in connection with the cutting of the nose. That's very interesting. We don't have time to go into that, but it's not found in the Lex Frisionum, and it's not found in the rest of Old Frisian law. So we appear to have a bit of a legal hapax going on here. And most people that write about it go, it's very weird, you know, pagans being violent, but I think there's probably something behind this. Let me introduce Bruce Lincoln. Now, when I gave this talk as a little practice yesterday, everyone found it quite funny that I just written the word Bruce Lincoln. So, okay, here's Bruce. Bruce Lincoln. But Bruce Lincoln isn't just a pretty face. He actually has done a lot of really good research into looking at comparative Indo-European studies. His main field of interest is cosmogony. It's basically a fancy term for creation myths, how the world is made. And he noticed that we find some very interesting things when we compare different Indo-European creation stories. So these are creation stories that are found from, let's say, Ireland to India and everywhere in between. He puts this into a schema where basically you begin with some kind of primordial being. Now, there's a lot of variation, of course. It's not all the same, but within this, the primordial being is either a human. Sometimes you have a king. Sometimes it's the first man. Other times the first shaman or the first healer. Other times they're divine, so a god or a demon, a giant. Sometimes it's a kind of dragon or a domestic animal. Now, this primordial being is then killed in some way, whether it's a sacrifice, a murder, or through battle. Once they are killed, they are then dismembered. They are cut to pieces. And I say cut to pieces. In most, it is literal. In others, it's figurative. They are taken apart in some way. And from these parts of this primordial being, the universe is then created. And we find this in many, many different Indo-European cultures, even outside of Indo-European cultures. I think Mesopotamian peoples have the legend of Tiamat, and other South American cultures have similar things. But among the Indo-European cultures, you find really very many similarities. Now, some of the examples for that would be in the Vedic tradition, you have the Parashukta, you have Yima, and you have Yama, who are these primordial beings. Among the Slavonic peoples, you have the poem of the Dove King. So really lots and lots. Bruce Lincoln has a really good book on this as well, which I would recommend reading if you're interested. But the one example that is closest to the Frisians, both geographically, temporally, culturally, is the myth of Ymir, who is this primordial being from the Norse tradition. It's worth stating that the Frisians, obviously, they inhabit that coastal area. We have a migration of people partially from Denmark into the Frisian coastal area following the collapse of the Roman Empire. These peoples come in the 4th and the 5th centuries. So actually, they are partially descended from Scandinavians. We know based on linguistic grounds. We know from looking at archaeology, where we find bracteates with Odinic figures on them, etc. These belief systems are most likely quite closely related. So it's not a flash in the dark to say they could have had a similar tradition of a primordial being dismembered as with Ymir. But to move forward, what do we see? We find Ymir cropping up in quite a lot of the Norse mythological corpus. So here we have from Grimnismal, it's pretty standard. We also find in Völuspá, for example, we find Ymir being mentioned and the world being created following it, and we get a much fuller account in Gylfaginning. But we have it in a lot of different sources, this myth of Ymir, and we don't just have to rely on the sources, let's say the textual sources from the Icelandic corpus, because we can also look at the etymology of Ymir itself to connect it to this broader Indo-European tradition. So this is quite secure. It's not something that Snorri, pulled out of his robes and thought, okay, I'll write it down. So that's pretty cool. If we compare what we find about Ymir, this is taken from Gylfaginning, and we compare it with Bruce Lincoln's stages of this Indo-European cosmogonic mythology, then we can see it links up quite well. We have that Ymir, this whole description of how he is created in this liminal space between fire and ice when it comes together, and a primordial, I think it's a primordial goat or a primordial cow. And anyway, there's a whole story there. He is then taken into the middle of the yawning void, which is the translation for Ginnungagap. Again, that has interesting parallels across the Indo-European world. He's then dismembered, and from the parts of his body, we get the creation of various parts of the world. And this is quite interesting, these homologies, as they're called. So we see that flesh becomes earth, bones become rock, and crucially also blood becomes the sea and the waters. And we find these homologies, again, throughout various Indo-European cultures. Okay, cool. I have another slide with Bruce Lincoln. But okay, interesting. But what has this got to do with this Frisian law code? I mean, both interesting stories. Well, that is what Bruce Lincoln has to say next, because he says, within the sacrifices of the Indo-Europeans, another aspect of sacrifice seems to have been foremost. That which has been studied most fully by Adolf Jensen, Michel Eliade, and more recently by Cristiano Grottanelli, sacrifice as the repetition of cosmogonic action. As we shall see, each performance of sacrifice was felt to recreate the world, dispersing material substance from its microcosmic form to the macrocosm and sustaining creation. And then when I read this, I went, aha. Because then I thought, why don't we look at the Lex Frisionum as a reenactment of a cosmogonic myth? When we do that, some interesting things jump out. So again, I've got some of the references from the Norse corpus, so Völuspá. This is really interesting. This is something that is put forward by West in his study of cosmos and the Indo-Europeans, because he notes that we actually have very similar, this is obviously from Völuspá, so from the Scandinavian world, we have this series of descriptions of the primordial world in a series of negative statements. So there's no waves, there's no sand, no cool waters. But what's really cool is that we also have that in the Weserbrunn prayer, which is from the old High German area from several centuries earlier. And look how close it is. I mean, it has the same-ish series of negative statements to describe the world. So that's really interesting. But what really caught my attention here is the explicit mention that when Ymir is to be sacrificed, they don't just, find him wherever Ymir is and they kill him. They take him into the middle of the yawning void, in the middle of this liminal area. Well, what do we see in the Lex Frisionum? They have to be taken to the sea, and not just anywhere at the sea. It's at the meeting point of the sea and the sand. And it's not just a liminal place, but at a liminal time. It's when the flood is coming in. So everything is in flux, and this is specified. Now you might think, all right, cool, that is what it is. But this is a legal text. They aren't writing anything down that's not strictly important to being carried out by the law. So this is a must. This has to be done for the law to be carried out. Therefore, this is crucial information. And the fact that we again have the mention of sea and sand and waves coming in, I thought, is this a coincidence? I think not. Here's a nice picture of Friesland. Working at the Friese Academy, we have to represent Friesland. It's a great place, definitely visit. We don't do any more sacrificing on the beach, so I promise it's much nicer than it used to be. But the real reason why I have this picture here is that today, if you visit the Netherlands, it's all green fields, tulips, windmills. It's a nice place to visit. But in the early Middle Ages, that landscape didn't exist at all. And that's because we built dikes in the 11th century, and that stopped the sea coming in. Before that, the sea could come in as much as it wanted to, and you have this whole flat expanse. People had to build their own hills to not get washed away by the flood. That's why we're all so tall, because all the short people drowned. But what this image illustrates is just this liminal place where, is this land or sea? You tell me. It's hard to tell. So I think there may be something in that. I think there may be something in that state of flux. Now, I think I need to speed up slightly here. But to reiterate the point that the location of the sacrifice is crucial, is that we also have other accounts of human sacrifice occurring in Frisia in the Vita Wolframni hagiographic text. And he describes coming across the Frisians literally taking someone to be sacrificed at a specific location. So location is important. And later on in the Vita Wolframni, we also see that the Frisians drown people as a form of human sacrifice. And there's also a whole description that it has to be at a specific place where the sea is on three sides and it comes in and drowns them. Also note the casting of lots. That's also quite a pagan thing. We see it in the Vita Ansgari and other places too, which makes it more likely that this is a genuine account rather than hagiographers going, oh, look how bad they are. So to return then to the Lex Frisionum and comparing it with a cosmogonic myth, what do we see here? Well, in the next stage, we perhaps have the beginning of a dismemberment of the victim. What happens? The ears are cut and then he is castrated. Note that this has to be done at this very specific place on the sand and the sea. So why then is he being castrated? As I noted, what he has done, it's not a sexual crime. He has gone into a shrine, he has taken things that are meant for the gods and he has gone. Again, we don't find ear cutting anywhere else in the Lex Frisionum or in the later Old Frisian tradition. So perhaps then the significance here is that this is part of a dismemberment. These are two very obvious extremes of the body that can be seen by people. But there might be something else going on here as well. And that is the transformation from a human form to a non-human form. A little bit more on that later. Now, it's important to remember, as I've already hinted at, that the Lex Frisionum is a legal text. It's being written down by Christians, by people who could write. There were no monasteries in Frisia at this time, so it's not being written in Frisia. It's being written somewhere in the Frankish Empire. Frisia has just been conquered. We do know that there are similarities between what we find in the Lex Frisionum and the later Old Frisian legal tradition. So clearly it's an informed source that is telling them about this, about the legal traditions of the Frisians. But what it doesn't tell us is about the religious understanding or cultic significance of what's going on here. And as you can see, we only really get the bare bones. So we don't know what steps that were cultically important we're actually missing inside this text. I mean, I'm doing a similar thing to what Petter did with the poetry, but from a very different perspective. Petter looked and went, is this a sacrifice going on? And we're following the same process, except I've got a very dry That's not too dry. There's quite a lot of sea and stuff going on. Hey, a legal text, while Petter has the poetry to delve into. But what's interesting is that in von Skocgraf, which is a much later Old Frisian legal text, we get a certain punishment for various irreparable crimes of a serious nature. So rape, arson, murder, that kind of thing. And we find some interesting similarities in that this has to be done outside of the dikes, and that various parts of the body are being broken, being destroyed. Also very weird that it has to be done on this contraption with a wheel that has never been on a wagon, and then that he has to be left outside of the dikes so that people can see him. No, this guy did something wrong, don't want to do that. But it has some similarities with the earlier tradition that we see with various parts of the body being broken, and that it has to occur outside of the dikes. So, might we also look at the castration and the slicing of the ears in a slightly different way? I think that we should, and the answer, or possible answer for this, came when I looked at the etymologies of these various words for these primordial beings, and that is that they all point to being twin. So the word Ymir is mostly related to the word for twin. There is some contention there. Read an interesting paper that had quite a different take on what Ymir might mean, that it might be something to do with sound rather than being a twin. Okay, cool. But we also have various other attestations from across the Indo-European world. So we have, for example, later in Völuspá, we get a figure called Tvegi, which is almost certainly from Tvegja, which means twin. Tacitus mentions the Germanic peoples having some kind of ceremony to do with the first man called Manus, and a figure called Twisto, now, or Twisko sometimes. These both mean twin. In the Vedic tradition, you have Yama and you have Yima, which are masculine and feminine versions of twin, once again, and they are twins. So that makes sense. Well, the question you're now asking is, brilliant, but what has this got to do with the Lex Frisionum? Well, that is, why are these creatures, these primordial beings, called twin? The answer most often given is because of their ability to self-fertilize. We get often the first creatures being born from one creature. That means that they are both male and female because they can reproduce by themselves. Now, this is why deodorant is incredibly important, because, you know, if that's all happening underneath your armpit, not great. But that's one story of where humanity comes from. And the 2 feet as well. That's quite an interesting one. But I think what we might infer from this then is that this primordial being it's neither male nor female. It's capable of doing both sexually. It's bisexual, by which I don't mean that it's swinging both ways. I mean it in the former sense. So what then if the castration of the figure in the Lex Frisionum also turns him into some kind of bisexual figure, something that is very clearly no longer a man in the conception of how it was viewed in the medieval period, but a being that could be seen as both male or female or neither. This is interesting. The cutting of the ears likewise seems to have a dehumanizing effect. Where we do find it in medieval law codes, it's often to make someone a political non-entity. So often we find ear cutting of nobles with the cutting of the nose because it makes someone visibly, you know, not nice to look at. And that was the idea, that you sort of shoved someone to one side. So might there also be a significance of the blood that is coming out of these wounds very visibly? Because here we've mentioned the homology between blood and seawater. I think, Petter, you mentioned a kenning is it Bragens? Yeah, the sea is the blood of Ymir, and we get it in several of these other poems. But now we literally have this victim on the shoreline. His blood, so the microcosm, is becoming the macrocosm. It's literally pooling into the flooding sea. So you see creation from being into macrocosm. And I thought, well, that might be something there that we have. So by way of conclusion, if we then compare the two side by side, the account of Ymir and what we find in the Lex Frisionum, we have a primordial being. Now, of course, given that the world is already here, the Frisians didn't really have too many primordial beings lying around. So they had to make their own one, which they may have done in this rather gruesome way of turning someone into a person of indeterminate sex, someone who's quite horrific to look at, and then taking them to a primordial place. Once again, the world already exists, so we don't quite have that space between Muspelheim and Niflheim. But what if the closest place that they had was this liminal zone between land and between sea? That may be the case. We then get possibly the start of a dismemberment of the body, a symbolic sacrifice that then cuts part of the bodies away. And then the final is the formation of the universe. Once again, the universe is already there. They're not trying to create the universe. But what they might be trying to do is to recreate the universe. That's something that Bruce Lincoln talked about, that every form of sacrifice is a reenactment of the cosmogonic sacrifice, because you create a new state within the world. Now, why is this being done? Well, what was the original crime? The original crime was breaking into a shrine, fanum is the Latin word, and taking what is meant for the gods from the shrine. So there has been disorder within the world. If we do want to split, again, sorry, Tom, into sacred and profane, we've had a transgression from one zone into the other, and things from the sacred have been taken and put into the profane when they were meant for the gods. So clearly the gods will not be happy about this. What do? You recreate the world anew in this way by creating a reenactment of the cosmogonic sacrifice. Now, I realize everyone is dying to get down to UiO, and I'm pretty much over my time. But if I very quickly might end a nice sort of segue into slightly more Christian times, is that we actually have quite a similar Christian version of this myth, which we find throughout medieval Europe, called Adam Optipatites. And this means Adam from 8 parts. And we actually have this in the old Frisian legal tradition. My colleague at the Friese Academy, Han Nijdam, has great hair, wears leather jackets, has a series of Gurkha knives, cool guy, but also good researcher, most importantly of all. And he's been looking at this. This will be in a forthcoming article, which I think will be really cool to see. But within this text, we see God skope thene eerste menneske. Het was Adam van achterwenden. Het benen te vadder stenen. Het vlast van der erde. Het bloot van der wettere. De herte van de winde. Tene tochter van de wolken. Het zweet van de dauwe. De lokker van de gäse. De agena van de sunne. Aan de blerem om ten helge om. En daar skope Eva van sine ribbe. Adamus leava. So clearly this is all very biblical. It's Adam, it's Eve, but Adam is being made from all these parts of the universe. It's the same story, but in a Christian guise. What Han writes in his forthcoming article, which I've been lucky enough to read, is that if this is indeed, it's very likely to be from the same tradition of the cosmogonic story, the creation story of a primordial being spliced into many parts, then it would have to have survived really very long. I think this is from middle of the 14th century, so really would have survived a long time. But if we see in the Lex Frisionum, if that is a cosmogonic reenactment of a myth, we're much closer in time. We don't have to look all the way back into this Indo-European prehistory. That may be some kind of evidence that this has survived a little bit longer, and that it's survived Christianization. Because remember, the Lex Frisionum is being written in a Christian context. It's being written after Frisia has been conquered by the Franks. And so we're a little bit closer in time. So I thought, you know what, that might be quite interesting. I don't know how Han feels about this. I haven't asked him yet. But, you know, next time we have some coffee, I think I'll bring it up. Anyway, thank you all so much for listening. I hope it's been interesting. Do people want to ask any questions here or in UiO? Oh, okay, we can't go to UiO yet. Then I guess we're forced to stay here. But, yes, Max.
Do you see the tutors and the making it as a sign of synchronicity? Or would it be seen that way, do you think?
Maybe. it might be one of those myths that kind of works both ways. It's something that is inherent to both traditions. I'm not too read up on the Adam Octipartites, like what the exact origins of it are, but you do see across a lot of cultures, you obviously have in the Ymir myth, it's kind of the other way around to Adam. So what you have here is that, if I go back, I also have a bibliography, by the way. But you know, that's not too important. If I go back to Adam, you see that Adam is being created from different parts of the world, whereas in the cosmogonic myth, you have that the world is being created from different parts of the primordial creature. However, it's the same parts that go into, so we have blood from water, flesh from earth, thoughts from clouds, sweat from dew, hair from grass, eyes from the sun. Thiazi, by the way, this is the little link. Thiazi, his eyes are thrown up into and it becomes part of the stars, no? So I thought it's the same homology. So it's like there's got to be some kind of, I think there's got to be some kind of connection there. What the exact link is, I don't think one's borrowed it from the other. Like I think, but considering that we have very similar things in the Purusha Sukta, in the Vedas, I think this is something really quite old that has become quite stabilized. But I can, I'll message Han and ask if I can forward you this forthcoming article, and there may be some more information there. But yeah, at the back.
Well, when was this from? Like, what century is this?
The Adam Octipartites?
Yes.
I think this is off the top of my head, but I'll confirm with you after, because I do have it written down. I believe this is 14th century when it's written down. Okay. But obviously we don't know when it's conceived of, and yeah, the further history.
Because one thing that was stuck in my head during this, when you before we got to Adam.
Yeah.
From Genesis, or from the part of the making of Adam in the original Hebrew, the word that is most usually translated for rib. What the actual translation is, or whether or not, in this case, half of Adam was used.
Right.
That also goes into the other Christian.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't know enough Hebrew to be able to corroborate, but I think that would be exactly right, that we are looking at the dismemberment. I mean, this is my pop historical take, so I should probably pause the live stream. But I think one thing that's really quite cool, I don't know if there's anything behind it, but that early man hunted animals and then made shelters out of the animals. Like everything they had, they made from the natural world. So I think we can maybe trace this all the way back. And as I said, it's not only Indo-European cultures that have something similar to this. We have it in Mesopotamian traditions, South American traditions. And yeah, I think it's also, you do sort of compare the things that we have. What's most like to see that we have inside us? Oh, I guess it's blood. You know, what's like flesh could be the soil. So it's, you know, fairly, it makes sense to conceptualize the universe in anthropomorphic terms. So, but yeah, it's an interesting comparison to make with the Hebrew tradition. Were there any more questions? Do you have one, Tom? Or Elliot? Or Alexander or Pet as well?
Which was sort of the old way, and then they go even further back and like trace it back to some, I think Adam.
Yeah.
Which does that. That's sort of how you sort things out to not be heretical, pretty much.
Right.
Because you can't say that God with Earth, so you sort of have to have the first step and everything.
the rest.
No, exactly. I think it's quite an easy way of slipping some, Christian ideas over the top. No, definitely. Hey, yeah. Again, to come back to your question, Max, I don't know what the exact relationship between Adam Okypatitis and these older myths is. I mean, it must be traceable. But I guess we kind of all now think of Christianity as this very well established religion, but at one point it was also the belief of this one tribe who, wasn't particularly advanced, and, it kind of went up from there. But yeah, interesting. Okay, who's next? What do you want to go next?
But first, a comment on this.
Yeah.
I think it's quite interesting that you get the inverse in the Christian tradition, where you have the concept of a one God and a one thing from everything, centralizing it into man. Whereas in monotheistic traditions, polytheistic traditions, it seems that you have the reverse of, like, they create many separate things. I don't know. It could be an answer as to why that it's reverse.
That's interesting.
Yeah. But I also have a question about, and I know this is the worst nightmare of a question, but why do you think it was kept in the Lex Frisionum if it seemed so much like a sacrifice?
Oh, excellent. I'm glad you asked that, actually. So one line of thinking is quite skeptical, and it goes along the lines of what's actually in these fana. And so we don't know what a fanum is, so we don't know what's in them. But most likely these are offerings. Most likely these are worth something. That also explains the incentive for the crime, right? Because if you break into a fanum, why would you do that? Well, there's probably something there that you want. Okay, these are likely offerings. Who does break into these and is viewed in a positive light by the Christians? It's the missionaries. They're also breaking into it. Who then has to punish the missionaries? It's the king. So that implies that the king has some kind of ownership over what's in these fana. So most likely it's that these valuable objects inside the fanum belong to the king. Now the king at this point is, he's no longer there. So who is the king? The Frankish emperor. So that means that the treasure belongs to the Frankish emperor. So at that point, it means that if you're stealing stuff from these pagan shrines, you've stolen something that I could rightfully have stolen myself. So that's kind of the skeptical explanation as to why. Other stuff is harder to explain. So there's also exposition. No, what do you call it in English? When you exposure of children, we also find here. So that looks quite pagan. And the casting of lots, we also have that. With the casting of lots, that has a Christian layer on top of it. So it basically says you can cast lots, but it has to be done in the church so that God is the one guiding the decision-making process. So most likely what's going on is that they have recorded this for some reason, because they have a vested interest in, we're the ones who should be taking this, not random people. That's been the most likely explanation. Another explanation, which I'll be quick because I realize I ramble on this, is that they're trying to keep the peace. Frisia has been a war zone. The first Frankish encroachment begins really with the death of Edmund in 719. And then it is basically the whole 8th century. It's back and forth, back and forth. They're constantly rebelling with the Saxons as well. So another theory goes, maybe the Franks are just kind of sick of all this religious fighting. If everyone just stop. So maybe it's for that reason, but it's hard to say. But excellent question. No, very good. Were there any more? What time is Uglebo?
Opens at 7:15.
Okay, so we need to get some more questions.
But we've also got static stuff to sort them out over there.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Were there any more, or am I good to wrap up? Yeah.
For sure. I mean, I kind of really see my divine reflexivity thing in this as well a little bit. I have a question about sexual crimes. Did pre-Christian Christians, I mean, what was sexual crime? Is that accurate? Because isn't there kind of an argument that can be made that I'm not sure which crime that we like post hoc characterize as sexual crimes,
but maybe they weren't spectral as much as kind of crimes against cosmogony or like generative. It's the crimes against the generative principle of the universe. I don't know, maybe. Is that a thing? If so, I don't know. What do you
Ooh, maybe. I mean, I've thought a lot about, is there some kind of sexual dimension to, like, is the act of penetrating a sacred space and taking, so is that like a metaphor?
Very Freudian very quickly.
Right.
Boundary, like a container, a fence, or that sort of thing around a holy space to delineate it from
Like
the
a
profane.
Babund or something like this, they call it, right? Like the sacred, yeah.
Yeah, I forget. There's a good word in Greek for it.
But no, I know what you mean. That it's often demarcated.
Yeah, it's like how the graveyard
has a
fence,
the enclosing,
because otherwise it's not consecrated ground. Yeah.
That's a good point. That's a good point. But I wonder if that then has a sexual dimension to it or not.
It's because they think it's correlated with the whole Athena Parthenos finding.
Okay.
Like it basically means not penetrated, as in Athena's a virgin, and then also during the Peloponnesian War, it was used as like Athens will never fall ever. So
interesting. I mean, maybe it's hard to tell, but maybe there is something there. Yeah. But in the end, I decided there probably isn't. I mean, there might be, but there probably isn't a sexual dimension, because then I also know what's going on with the ears. You know, like pretty random body part selection.
If it's to make them ugly, aren't they killed?
Well, they are, exactly. So it's not ear cutting. I read a whole book on ears for this. It's nuts. Cutting a lot of the time, or ear clipping. It begins in dogs. You clip a dog's ears if it's naughty. In Scottish Gaelic communities, they would, if a cat stole milk, they would clip its ears. They do it to slaves in ancient Rome. It's mostly as a warning, but like ear cutting, it's mostly done for small crimes, and also as a warning. It's basically saying, if you do it again, we'll do the other ear. But that's, I mean, he's being offed right after that, so it can't be something that he's like, don't do that again.
In Iceland, they cut the sheep's ears into strips to identify whose it is.
Right, so they did that with slaves as well. Yeah, it's pretty gruesome, but yeah, but interesting stuff. Yeah, I didn't really answer your question at all.
I mean,
but I don't know the answer is the answer. If the chat has anything to add, but otherwise, I think we can probably close it off. But yeah. Okay. Oh no, that'd be good. But thank you guys so much for staying to the end. I appreciate it. It's a lot of talks. They were really good. I hope you've had a nice time. We are vaguely thinking of doing this again in April. We're open to all speakers who have an interest in presenting any of their research on a similar field. So please just get in touch. And we'll let you know about April. But in the meantime, thank you so much for being a great audience, for the great questions. Yeah, and hopefully see you another time. Cool.
Is related to Emir does have something to do with yelling. You're like cutting off the accent a bit.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, what if it is the yelling thing? And it's in I think it's the Purusha Sutta. I think in the Vedic one, it says like, and the 4 cardinal directions, the homology is with hearing. I was like, ooh, could that be related? But then I was like, if I tie it with the Vedic tradition, there's nothing in between.
Yeah.
It's a bit far.
Yeah, it took a little bit too much of me.
Yeah.
Could the earth thing be? I mean, it's maybe a stretch, but isn't it like an Apollonean Dionysian thing going on? I mean, you think the ear is? I mean, the whole thing maybe is that it's just symbolic. It's surface stuff of the universe. Now we do the surface thing, and you take your seed as well, right? So you take the interior, the exterior.
Absolutely. No, it's very there's so many possibilities when it comes to that. It is quite possible. I talked to my boss about this at the academy, and she said, like, first thing she thinks of is just the very simple: the ears are cut off because you didn't listen.
Oh.
It's possible, right? Sometimes
Something easy to grab and have.
well, there's sometimes.
Explanations aren't always that glamorous,
right? It's true. But what's interesting, I mean, this is super gruesome, but I got into it, so it's good. What it would have made a lot more sense if they cut the nose off instead of the penis, because when it comes to the nose, it's often it has a homology with the section. Well, if women particularly are unfaithful, they get their nose sliced. And I went into this, but it's kind of weird. But it's like there's all this things about how the nose it's on a flat surface and it protrudes, it droops, it's liquid. So I was like, if it had been the nose, I would be like, okay, it's ineffectual. It's got to be. But given that it was the castration in the ears, the crime isn't. I mean, not obviously sexual. I was like, maybe we'll look at something else. Yeah, but good stuff. Are you sticking around? Okay, cool. Yeah, I'll see you in a second. Sorry, chat. I feel like I've completely neglected you, but I hope that's okay. Let me check over some of the comments that we had in the meantime. Okay, horny posting, love that. A lot of it. That's kind of concerning, given what this talk was about. People in Scotland, Alan, I don't know, some church. Yeah, drowning by the rising tide. Interesting. Thanks for the stream. Hey, thanks very much, Dierdank. Alex Miestra. Happy. Oh, nice, Nico. Amazing talk. Dziękuję bardzo. Gouging. Move someone's political kingly power. I don't know if you're still watching, but eye gouging, I have not come across, as far as I can remember. Happens a lot on the Isle of Man. Also equivalents, Hebrew, Aramaic, Siberian folklore, sacred space, on pharaohs, American tradition with noses and ears. Yeah, I was thinking of the some Native American cultures with the nose cutting, indeed. This history after all these years. Yeah, Michael, honestly, it's my absolute passion. So it's great. Please do in April. Yeah, we'll try and get it sorted for April. Maybe we'll be able to get a more high-tech high-tech setup so you can have the camera from the front instead of from the side, which is a bit awkward, but yeah. Okay, awesome. I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. It's been 5.5 hours. If anyone's still watching, then thanks so much for joining in. I'll leave this up for a couple of days, and then I'll split it up into the various lectures. I know you couldn't see the PowerPoints, so sorry about that. But I have the PowerPoints saved on my laptop, so I can actually, in the video version, I can intersplice the PowerPoints together with the rest of the video, so you can actually see what's being talked about. So that might be cool. Hey guys, all 10 of you who are still watching, thanks so much for your attention. I'll have a regular videos up next week, I suppose. But yeah, this has been the Oslo Student Conference on Pre-Christian beliefs. Oh, you're still around. Okay, yeah. Did you catch my my answer to the question? Anyway, next time I'm in Cambridge, hopefully I'll catch you there. Yeah. All right, everyone. Thanks so much for watching. See you soon. Be safe.